before your...
How's everybody doing?
Hi,
Great?
folks.
Hi, yeah.
Toria! It feels strange to do that so recently.
Hi.
I mean, this is usually where first of all, hi. Welcome back to Bards of New York, the actual Play D&D podcast where sometimes we actually play D&D. And I usually would say, my god, the week has felt so long.
Yeah. It still has.
These last two and a half days have felt very long.
They have felt... it's been a long two and change days.
I did nothing on Thursday.
We all sat on the couch and just were sad.
That was our Thursday night.
And yeah, we're in our morning attire here today.
I'm in merch.
So is Kyle, but it's still black.
It's blue, kind of.
But make it
It's a dark
monetized.
blue.
Hi, folks. I'm gonna let the cat out of the bag a little bit for anybody here today and anybody watching us later. In my the waning hours of my unemployment, we've been starting to record more one-shots to sort of pepper in throughout the next year to give you guys some Regolus flavor while you guys are exploring worlds that aren't Regolus. And we did a couple this past week. And today, yesterday, we were like, well, we all have Saturday, or a number of us have Saturday free. And the conversation kind of devolved into, why don't we just stream?
Yeah.
Why don't we just do chapter 40 instead? So,
Considering how many of you are in chat.
I think
or
it was an
that are
okay
here.
idea.
Yeah.
So hi, folks.
you.
I'm gonna lead us at the table in this thought at the moment. I'll talk to all of you as well at home. Take care of yourselves today. Today is going to be. We are not shying away from steeping in what we're feeling today, and neither should you. But as a result, do what you need to do to make sure you feel on an even keel throughout today, because it's going to be an interesting one. That's for
Agreed.
certain.
We will be taking a lunch break at some point, and you should too. Or dinner, or whatever time it is for you.
Wherever you are. But before we can take a break, we have to get started. And to get started, any immediate announcements today?
Merch. Some new merch is coming in. I've yet to do enough arm workouts to wear the Sentinel muscle tee that I ordered, but that's also something for the summer. Lots of cool stuff like that. So check out the merch store. Represent your Golden Sentinels.
Show your
They need some
valor.
love.
Show your
This
courage.
is the official Bard's morning shirt.
Board's morning shorts.
we also have Bard's morning.
Should we sell
You
the
can get this
socks
at
that we cried in?
Target.
We do have crying socks. You all
Yeah, we
could
do
buy.
crying socks. If you're not ready.
With that, there are. Usually we'd have other sort of fun announcements to pepper through here, but I think we can just get into the meat of this today. Roleplay one more question?
Yeah. In case you're new here, or you haven't been here in a while, and if you're new here for this episode, woof.
Welcome.
What are you doing?
We do a roleplay warm-up where I ask a question of everyone at the table, something about their characters, so that we can drop into the given moment, into the given circumstances, and get to know our characters just a little bit more. So that Danny Boy and myself can listen to the mic levels. So that doesn't happen. When I ask this question, if you are currently in chat on YouTube or Twitch, if you're in the comment sections later on Spotify or YouTube, or if you have us in your ear holes whilst you're sitting next to your siblings who you love very dearly, please feel free to answer for yourself, for a TTRPG character, or for a book character if you're writing something. I love to hear them, and this one will be a great one to read. The RP warm-up is going to begin with Kyle, and work our way around this way.
Writing notes so I don't forget.
And the RP warm-up is, if you could go back and relive one day of your life, what day would it be?
So not to start us off with a bit of melancholy and sadness, but right now JB would probably go back to the last time he was, or when he was leaving home, and the last time he was able to speak with his father, just to hear it again, savor the moment.
Yeah.
It's the answer that makes sense, and I'm sorry to bring us down.
I wasn't gonna pick an RP warm-up that was like, what's your bagel order?
Yeah.
Everything.
Okay, sorry. I just don't want to forget.
I will keep vamping just to make sure that my friends have time to collect themselves and that I am properly checking off mic.
I have been approved to answer for Lenore and for Valor. For Lenore, it was probably 3 months, but by the cult calendar, prior to when she was taken in for re-education. The parents of the family were gone, per usual, on missionary work, and so Lenore got up. Nicola got some of the older kids ready to go. Lenore got Synnove and some of the younger kids ready to go to school. And Nara met them outside their home and walked all of them to school together, and then dropped off Lenore at work before Inara went to work. And Lenore had been spending weeks trying to find in the library the etymology of the word cardinal, which was a request from someone. And it was like she finally found it that afternoon. When she was done with work, she picked up Synnove and took her for another swimming lesson because Synnove had finally, not only let go of the edge, but when swimming wasn't even holding on to Lenore's arm anymore. So they were making a lot of progress, and when they got back afterwards, it was one of those rare nights where all the siblings were out having a bonfire, and no one was fighting, not even Lenore and Nicola. And everyone just got to be together. And it was just one of those days where everything went right. And she got to see everyone she cared about happy. For Valor, in the short time that Valor has been on the Prime, Valor would relive today. Valor would relive feeling confident and powerful, starting to feel the people around her like her, not just because she was Synnove's older sister and forced upon them. She got to see this really weird group of crazy people start to actually act like the heroes everyone seems to think they are. And she saw in Synnove's eyes that Synnove actually loved Valor, the pieces that remained, and not just the memory of Lenore. And she got to know that Vikestar got to feel all of that too. And so for Valor, that was a really incredible day.
I think Theagus would live, relive. Oh, it's hard to hear myself again. I sound okay. I think Theagus would relive the moment that he passed his first exams at being a Sot. And it was a younger version of himself, and a more curious and more joyful version of himself that he would relive and understand and cherish every moment of being told that he did a good job. Yeah.
Nice.
Love that for Theagus.
For Synnove, she would go back to the Lighthouse of Knowledge, and she would relive that day. Oh, here, I can move it closer to my mouth. Oh. She would relive that day through a different lens. Seeing all her friends beautiful and together and healthy. And knowing what she knows now about Qatari, enjoying it more. And seeing Valor with that weird blonde man dancing but looking so powerful and so beautiful. Yeah. She would relive that day.
Qatari, it's the last thing she thought of when she was leaping through the air. Just a random day on the raft to Distera. sitting there, back pressed against the little table in the corner, watching Synnove fruitlessly slash away at the mast. Seeing JB up front driving, Damien to the left at the forge, doing whatever Damien does. And everybody just existing. It was a day that had no expectations, where they got to be a traveling party of adventurers, where they got to just be themselves together in the same space, where they got to be a little family of sentinels. That day, at the time for Qatari, passed and ended with no special circumstance, no flags to hold on to it dearly for the rest of her life, but in her last moments, that is what she thinks of, and that is the day that if she could choose one to live in for the rest of time, it would be that day. Sure, she might have had regrets then, but they don't matter. Not as the sun rises and sets on a silver raft, soaring through the sand. That's where she is now.
Good job, everyone.
Hey, y'all sound great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
You know what, let's
hey,
just- let's
Hey,
just
what's
wait
your
till
favorite
Wednesday.
bagel
Hey,
order?
Just wait till Wednesday. You know what?
I can't. I need to
let's
know.
let's all bring a little bit of a joy,
so-
a little pep.
We have 2 tarot cards.
Yeah.
The choice that you today make, Rachel,
Okay.
will define not only the augury we receive today, but the augury we receive next Wednesday as we come to the end of
Yeah.
the cycle of Major Arcana. There are 2 cards left, the Emperor and the World, and neither of them are bad for today. Both of them hold very particular meaning over how this aftermath could fall, how the dust could settle here in Orphanos. So I'm going to do what I've done. I'm going to keep shuffling them like this. You tell me when to stop. Then I'm going to place them on either side of the DM screen here, and you get to tell me which of them to pull.
You can
So-
stop.
Oh, whoa.
Left. My left, you're right.
Wow, just back and forth.
I cannot quite believe it. Card number 4, represented here, I believe, by Decima, Ludex, Aquila,
Whoa.
the Emperor.
That's
Wow,
the one
that's
I
what
wanted.
you called earlier.
That's the one
That's
I
what you
wanted.
called, dude.
It means it's 4 for 4 across the board.
I got it.
Yeah.
I
Do you
did
get a
it.
lottery
Do
ticket?
you get a special prize?
I wish. I wish.
JB gets to live.
Yeah, that's the prize in Regolus.
This is, man,
Fuck.
Wild times.
Hit me with it.
confidence,
Yeah.
worldly power, indomitable spirit, the worthiness to exercise authority, leadership, maturity, decision making in time of war.
Wow.
It's the one I wanted today.
Okay.
Okay.
I am empty.
Well, the show's over.
I don't
We
even
already
know
know
what to-
what's happening.
I'm putting that there, which means a very specific. No, that's for a different day. We'll talk about that.
For
on Wednesday.
actual Wednesday.
So, friends, I'm not going to do my usual shtick, not because I'm annoyed at you this time, but just because it doesn't seem necessary.
Because I'm annoyed at you.
Okay, you know what? Let me say you're a little penguin wizard in the midst of a skirmish, and all your enemies around you explode with the force of submarine depth charges. What sound does that penguin make?
The gods are silent. The skies grow dim with disuse. The sun has lost its luster. But our world moves ever faster. Let it be known throughout the prime that the mantle falls to us, my Elvenan, to usher in a new age.
Welcome back.
I thought I would bring him into
Okay,
it.
folks, allow me to welcome you back to the world and surrounding realms of Regulus Prime. Here, at the beginning of chapter 40, we begin right where chapter 39 ended, at the very end of the siege of Orphanos, with the slaying of the corrupted Andusk Theragar, the self-proclaimed voice of endings, the severing of the mountaintop of the mountain called Orphanos, tumbling back down, echoing these boulderous, cavernous sounds as the whole of the Dragonspine Mountains to the south shake with this activity. As the Witchbreed rupture and obliterate across the battlefield, detonating chunks out of the foundry that is the Orphanos Monastery. Synnove had arrived in the courtyard at a crater left where Valor was. Theagus falling amidst the rubble. Sal still off by the mountain pass, Witchbreed infection trickling through them, and JB at the top of the mountain, taking a breath with the force of a new spirit within them. But this is not where the scene will start. The camera is going to pan up this time into an extraplanar space, a circular hallway of dark ancient stone, riddled with doorways that shimmer like a mirage before emerging as 4 separate carved passages in the stone, each door different and shifting in space. As Valor, your consciousness takes shape in this hall. The 4 doors ahead of you, to your right, is a door that looks made exclusively of sleek black glass. Middle right, or sorry, your left rather, sleek black glass. Middle left is a doorway that looks like nebulous gas, like almost the storm of the distortion, but more so the storm of Phylaxis itself. It's like the archway is there, and then the cosmic winds that create the space that you've become familiar with shroud this passage. Another one, the middle right, looks like almost 2 pieces of irregular stone wedged together, one half lined with copper and gold, the other half lined with leaves and scales almost. And the final door, the one that opens first, looks to be simple black wood ringed with studded motes of obsidian. And it's these studded doors that open first, and the being that you recognize as Vikestar, the one with the body of a storm and almost armored and faced with obsidian, drifts out. Well, here we are again.
Every time.
I wish it didn't come to this.
I just got to try a couple more times, but it was always going to, I think.
I'm sorry. It shouldn't have. The stone face cranes around. This is as best as I could remember.
Where is this? What is this?
It is meant to resemble a chamber in the housing where I was raised. A passageway of passageways, where those of my family could freely walk between doors to each other's private spaces. A passageway of trust, now long since lost, but trust I have implicitly in you.
Thank you for letting me be here.
It is what you are owed.
If this is what you give me for all my mistakes, I can't imagine what this would look like if I had succeeded.
You would not need to see it had you succeeded. Had we succeeded this time. But you have done work in ways that none I could have imagined would have achieved. And the first door on the left opens. That door exclusively of black glass, and another Vikestar steps out. This time represented in the first way you ever met Vikestar in the library, that sleek, almost suit-like black tunic and hooded face, or a hood obscuring their face. They just drift out of the door. We come offering pathways ahead.
I didn't think I'd ever see all the variations of you at once, and you're both here. This must be This is serious.
Wafting through the store of storms. Vikestar, only because you recognize their energy and aura, but this one, just a silhouette of pitch black, studded with starlight, only visible as they shift and move, like weaved in the light of the cosmos. You are offered many things, and these things are only offered to you. From the door of irregular stone slides open, and a being you do not recognize walks through, wielding an armament you recognize, wielding almost a minimized version of the blade that first created Valor. It's somebody in strange, irregular leathers, a shoulder pad of feathers, black, brown leather hood, and serpentine features, these like brilliant yellow slitted eyes. There are many avenues for you. For one who has served as well as you have here. And then the Vikestar next to you. And of course, you have earned the right to choose. Would you like to hear what we offer?
What if I choose wrong again?
You cannot. For this is not a choice I will force upon you. Not a choice I will create for you. But one that you, and only you, can make as you see fit.
Okay.
The one in the suit steps forward. It's been a while.
I missed you.
I haven't been too far.
I know, but it's not the same as seeing you.
Well, that is something that I offer you. If this has been a journey you would like to linger in, then walk with me, and we will start at the beginning, and we will reach this end, and then we will walk the path again, and again, and again.
The same one.
Only if you wish to stay, wish to linger.
But I won't be able to change anything. It will still end here.
Only if you wanted more time in the memories you've lost. The one formed from darkness and starlight drifts forward. Your petulance once did you credit. And I took you from the world for a time. Now I offer you the same. Together we work one great act to take something back from the Prime, to upset the balance in whatever favor you would wish, and then be gone like the twilight.
One great act.
To reach towards the world and cast a shadow over what you see fit.
But I wanted to give them more choices. I don't want to make a choice for them.
The seemingly mortal individual, the scale-bound serpent person, steps up. I could take you away, and we could try again in a Regolus not your own. That is, as he runs his fingers along the sword, the blessing of the thing that cuts the unseen. We may step through a wound into a world anew. There they would not know you, and you could make yourself known as you see fit.
Would everyone here remember me?
One has to hope. It would be difficult to forget you, I imagine, and the act of world walking would not take those memories.
I'd have to start over.
Write a new story. And then the Vikestar next to you. Cloud and storm and glass. Or
you and I make something together for once, and cast your legacy into the stars.
Make something.
To honor what you have done.
Looks down the line of doors. None of these offers give me more time with Synnove and with you, all of you. It wouldn't be real if I just relive everything, even the best moments. It wouldn't be real. And I have felt very strong lately, but I don't think I'm strong enough to keep doing that. And even if I am upset, I don't think I can make a choice for everyone else on Regolus after spending the past decade just wanting them to be able to make their choices and feel freedom. And I think I am too tired to go somewhere new. I wish that wasn't the case, but I have lived 3 beautiful, totally fucked up lives here. And so I would love to make something to honor that, so that those I leave behind don't forget.
The White Star next to you flicks his hand as the sound of the obsidian crackling against itself as the other 3 of them just dissipate. And there is only that single door, the 2 doors of dark wood studded with black stones in the middle.
Thank you for letting me see all of you.
The only ones I know, at least.
It's nice to still have some mysteries left.
I cannot show all my cards all at once, not even to you. And nor have you shown your cards to any of them, it would seem.
They all speak to me very different ways. They get very different responses.
I'm sorry I was not more consistent.
I began to expect the inconsistency. That's what made it consistent for me.
If I may ask, before we step through together, where did we go wrong?
I think we overcorrected a lot. Before the distortion, when you first met me, I was smart and I was curious and I was too kind, but I was not brave. And then after the distortion, I was so angry at you, I became stronger, more independent, but I was cold and not trusting. And then this last time, not being able to feel any pain meant I wasn't able to heal. And it seemed like a good idea at the time, but I think that was a mistake. I think the bravery that Valor had that Lenore didn't was... There needed to be a balance. I was supposed to find the balance, but I kept going really far one way or the other.
Balance. I knew someone once who dedicated themselves to setting right the scales. Balance is a hard road to walk, even for the divine.
Is that why you couldn't help me find it?
It's never my purview.
Would you have done something differently?
I think in setting you on your path, I fell victim to the very trap I was looking to have you excise. I think piece by piece I trapped your choices, your agency in little calcifications of stone. Sealed your right to choose away in black glass. Just because I missed my brother. And here, even at the end of this, I don't think I've ever said thank you. You let me see him again.
I knew that was him. I'm happy that I was able to connect to you, even for a bit.
I do not deserve it.
I didn't deserve to see Synnove again, and I got another month with her.
What you deserve is a legacy. Something that they will all remember you by. And that is what we will make here. But in the making of it, you will part from them.
How much? Do I have to walk through the door right now?
I do not believe it would be fair of me to let you walk without putting one last thing to right. And he twists his arm down, and the stones of the floor just unwind until a disc in the ground. It's just sort of shimmering mirage that gradually clears up like silt being removed from purple water. And looking down at this disc, you can see as if you were looking right down on top of the courtyard of the monastery. You can see Synnove on her knees at the crater left by Valor's leaving. Your threads still linger on the prime. I can use them to pull her thought to this space, if but a moment.
I have left her. I've been taken away from her so many times, and I never got to say goodbye. I don't think she can survive another one.
Well,
But I don't know what to say.
think of it perhaps as if you were waiting for a train. The train is pulling into station, Valor, and we must be on it when it leaves.
I hate trains.
I know.
You couldn't have chosen a boat.
Boats sailing on the wind. One can easily capsize amidst the tide. He gestures to the door. Perhaps then a carriage. There is a road we must travel on, and it only works in one direction. I would have Synnove see you off before we depart.
Thank you.
Do you mind? He reaches for your hand. These like threads, like puppet strings, drift from his glassy fingers down through the mirage until they reach invisibly into the prime. And Synnove, as you are kneeling there, looking at this crater with this strange etching of the mark of the holobrand in the stone, for you and only you, the holobrand shimmers purple before, like a moment of vertigo, the ground passes up and over you, so you pass through the holobrand, and as you do, here in this space, in this passageway of passageways, a projection, like a wispy hologram of Synnove, drifts up and out of the scrying pool until you stand in this strange, dark stone room, a glittering door of wood and black glass. Valor, ethereal, and a being of smoke and obsidian before you. just drifts backwards and waits by the door.
Hi, little bluebird.
I'm gonna bring you back. Don't worry. I'm gonna fix this. Okay? I can talk to Vixter too. I'll make nice.
Did you read my letter?
Yeah, I did.
There's not enough pieces this time to come back to the Prime. I'll still be here. I'll still watch over you, but I will not be next to you to hold your hand anymore. I know it's not fair. Annie, I'm so sorry. I know it's not enough time. I wanted to say goodbye since we hadn't ever gotten to.
Why does this keep happening?
Because I wasn't supposed to get to see you again. And I know that makes it hurt more that we got more time. It makes the parting harder. But I will not forget it. Every moment I got to look into your eyes and see my own. You will still have pieces of me.
Every piece of me that is good is yours. I don't want you to go. Please. Please don't give up, please.
I hope that when I'm gone, you see the pieces of you that are yours, that were overshadowed because you thought they were mine, or you thought they were Stella's, or you thought they were coming from someone else. Because you have always been the most radiant being. I'm so happy that I got to see you find your magic, that I got to see you make choices on your own. This is going to hurt. I know. It took me years for the pain in my chest from losing you to go away. But I promise it will get easier.
No, it will never.
It will take a long time, but you have a long life to live.
I was going to save you.
I know. You saved everyone else, and I am so proud of you. What we had was extra. It was a gift we weren't supposed to be given. And I hope in time you appreciate that for what it was. I had so many things to explain and apologize for, and I don't have enough time, and I hope the more you learn and the more you grow, you'll forgive me for the mistakes I made in trying to protect you and raise you, and the hopes that I placed upon you.
I don't blame you for any of that. I don't. It's just me being a stubborn little sister.
Stay stubborn. This pain will not be your undoing. You will persist.
I don't want to.
You must. There will come a time soon, Synnove, where you will have to make a choice. To break the wheel or become it. I wish had not had to happen. Not before then. But you are not alone, no matter how cold the nights get. If you are in need of guidance, of a light to shine on the path ahead of you, and wish not to be scorched by the light that burns the day, look to the stars.
You won't leave her?
I cannot, and I would not.
She won't be alone.
Never again.
You will not be alone. You will see me when you look in your reflection and see my eyes. You will feel everything that I tried to teach you about love in your heart. And you can talk to me when you look up. I just won't be able to talk back.
I'll hear you. I will always hear you.
I know I'm not in a position to ask a favor of you.
Ask me anything. Whatever you want, take it.
I don't want to take anything. I hope to give you something. I need you to be able to keep going and to not give up. And the days will be dark and it will be cold, and I can know the pain that you are experiencing because I have felt it over and over again, the times I've been ripped away from you. But I need you to find little pieces of light each day. At the end of the day, I want you to look up and say one thing that was beautiful of that day. Even if it was just a laugh you heard, or a cookie that wasn't burnt, or your tea being too hot and surprising you. Because you have to find those things so that you can keep going.
As you've been standing here talking to the person, the people that are your sister, Synnove, it's worth mentioning that just as you appear as a mirage to her, she almost appears like a mirage to you, like a living, three-dimensional lenticular image that, as she speaks, is shifting through the versions of Lenore and Valor that you know. The words she speaks that are brasher and bolder and certain appear with the fully obsidian-capped horns. The words that are spoken with caution and curiosity are the Lenore you knew after, with broken horns. And the words she speaks to you that are just, that have always been there, that have never changed throughout your relationship, come from the mouth of the Lenore you first knew before anything had happened. And it's all three of them embodied in this one moment that you are speaking with the totality of valorous Lenore.
Thank you. Thank you for loving me. Every time you met me.
It was always you. I think Valor was always in Lenore. And I think you just needed an opportunity to see that. As awful as that opportunity was.
Thank you. It is one of the greatest gifts to be seen and understood. And you were one of the only people that saw and understood me. It feels like this is the end and the beginning.
The end and the beginning.
the doors open behind Vikstar. This, again, beautiful black purple mist studded with starlight just beckons.
I will find you again.
Any piece of me is yours.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I'm sorry.
Nothing to apologize for. Don't let your light be dimmed. Keep it your own. And when you feel unsure, you can find me. Can I try to touch her in this form? She opens her arms. One final hug.
As you embrace, there's another from the mist behind the opening of the door. And this embrace, it almost lifts the pair of you up and drifts both of you through this threshold for a moment. And as you pass into this twilight wind, this blizzard of starlight, you and Valor are almost separated. And the feeling of the embrace is still wrapped around you, Synnove, as you watch Valor's form, still in the act of embracing you, drift in front of you.
I love you. I love you. You are the greatest love of my life.
You're the only true love of mine.
With those words, Valor is draped with Vikstar as they drift into the starlight. And from where you are, Synnove, the image tilts upwards, and you can hear the of the world, the prime reassembling around you as you watch Valor and Vikstar travel up into the skies, become silhouetted like both of them. You can see the outlines of both of them, but they themselves are just images of twilight dotted with stars before they travel. And as the monastery fully assembles around you, the heat of the flames from the broken pots of oil and the shattered bodies around you, the thing you see is their silhouette fully mingles with the heavens. These stars burst into life. And they look almost like a jagged set of lines sloping up and down with one great trail upwards as a constellation is formed in the skies. As if someone took a whip lined with jagged stones and slashed it across the night sky. In the days to come, people will call this constellation Xenophia, or the courage of the stars. And with that, as Xenophia takes its place in the heavens, for the first and potentially only time I say this, Rachel, I will ask you to say your goodbyes and leave the table.
Thank you, guys.
It's been an honor.
A pleasure.
A privilege, really.
Taking my clip.
The tribe has spoken.
The tribe has spoken.
Wow, the tribe really has spoken.
Go to
tribe of dice.
Good luck, guys.
What a powerful tribe.
I just turned and looked at the frame that said, "And you come."
And you come.
In this moment, before I do anything else, before I pan the camera anywhere, I want to give you a chance, Synnove. In this moment, that you are still by that crater in the center of the courtyard. The constellation has just been formed. What do you do in this moment, if anything?
Synnove's still full of lyrium.
Oh, fuck.
She feels like God. And I know Katari is not here. I refuse to believe that she's dead. But my first thing I'm gonna do is take a deep breath, focus all the lyrium I can that's in my body to go into my brands, and I'm gonna try to vein lock to Katari.
Anybody in the courtyard who is still conscious, so really just Master Ala up on the roof, would watch your brands glitter gold. Threads of silver trailing off you as you just wreathe yourself in your innate power. And it can go nowhere as there are no Iskari around you. You just flare. This column of light piercing the dark in the middle of the courtyard like a beacon that washes over, cleansing any of the last rain of ichor that was called by the voice of endings. And you just radiate there.
Synnove lets out a scream, and then I stumble out of the crater and see the scorch-marked ground and the melted gate. And I run up to it, and I get down on my knees, and I put my hand on the gate, and one hand on my chest, and then I lean my forehead against it. Please, you can't leave me too. Please just tell me you're somewhere else.
The melted iron and stone is warm to the touch, but in response to your words, all that you can feel is the cooling of heated metal, getting colder and colder against your touch.
You made a deal. I thought you honored your deals. Where is your honor? Please come back. Please. I was so scared. I'm not scared anymore. Please just come back.
You can feel your heartbeat as the lyrium starts to work its way out of your body, and you just buckle at the knees, still conscious, but your body is beat by beat shutting down.
I knew you wouldn't forgive me if I didn't hold that line, but now I will. I will forever regret it. I will forever never forgive myself for holding it. I'm not done. This is not your end, Katari. This is not. With the last dregs of lyrium, I grab the cloak that's now around my shoulders.
It's the shadow, the scarf of the shepherd's cloak that became the full manifestation, or at least for this moment, has merged with your lace splinter cloak. So all these little hexagons that glitter not with just their usual green light, but it's like fragmented crystalline night that you now wear.
And I'm going to take the cloak. And imagining that time when the cloak swirled up over everyone and engulfed, I'm going to do it to myself. And try to call upon the cloak. To talk, to give me help, whatever.
Touch the cloak. You beseech it for help. And as you try and whip it around yourself, it moves at first with speed and then just slows around you. It's almost wrapping you up in it. Swaddled, swathed by darkness. They will not leave you. But there is nowhere for me to reach.
How do you know?
The fields are empty of the feet you look to walk, of the paths you look to retread. They are not mine. I'm going to pan the camera to two places. First of all, Theagus, I need you to roll me a death saving throw. As you and Maravix are both unconscious in the courtyard, having been battered by these Icarus depth charges. I'm going to get to you in a second.
Is it simultaneous at least?
Yeah. I'll roll one for Maravix.
What if it was a crit fail? That'd be funny.
It's a 9.
Maravix rolled a 6. I want to briefly retcon the ending of JB's incident as you severed the mountain, the head of the corrupted Andusk Theragar, the witchbreed begin to explode, the body of the Hulk that was your father erupts into almost like a cloud of steam that looks like Francois, drifting past you, brushing alongside your cheek before dissipating. And in this moment, as the body of the pale worm begins to disintegrate, for you and only you, the sky lightens, looking like grey, overcast clouds on an otherwise sunny day, so it's a bright grey. Cold wind rushes through the mountain and none of the desolation is below, it's just the mountain range, as again, like a great cloud, a spectre of Andusk Theragar himself, not the voice of endings, but simply the pale worm, the guardian of the monastery, winds itself around the mountain and to an extent around you. You freed me, child of the wind. You allow me once again to breathe. I hate to leave you in such a state. I hate to reward service and sacrifice with burden. But there is none more fit to bear the mantle now than you. If you will have it, you would be my successor, Jean-Baptiste Beaumont, guardian of Orphanos.
Will I be able to bring them back?
Those who guard and overwatch know loss the most acutely. You could attempt to use this blessing to retrieve one of them, but it would not be without great cost.
No matter how hard I try. We just keep losing people.
from my years on the mountaintop. This world, the prime, the cloud-like dragon looks across the vastness of this illusory landscape. It does not reward its saviors or its heroes. You do thankless things for people who will not know you. You will lose that which is dear to you to do what is right. And in the end, it is how you choose to covet that loss or let it loose that will define your legacy. To give in, to resist loss, to rebuke its existence. Those are the actions of one who does not understand the world. I will not bestow this upon you without your direct and open blessing. If you do not want it, I will pass it on. But you have earned it.
Thank you. I'm honored. And I can't say no to something that might help me save more. I can feel my allies do this. And I can feel some of your followers as well. Can I at least use it to save those who are still on this side?
Let grey rain fall upon the mountainside, and let it invigorate those who stand to slip off the edge.
And the cloud, the pale cloud worm, drifts up and starts just funneling into you, and it feels as this cloud sort of merges with your body and your tattoos and your sigil. It feels like you are drawing in a long, cold, icy breath, and as it rains into you from the efforts and expenditures this evening to pull from the Grey Lake itself, beautiful storm clouds begin to form. And without thunder, without lightning, without pomp or circumstance, you take a breath in, your tattoos glow bright blue white, and when you exhale true pure ki, which is drawn into the clouds. These little myriad droplets of rain begin to fall all over Orphanos. They glimmer like fish scales. And as they rain down across the land, the fires are put out, and anyone suffering, anyone teetering on the edge of life is imbued by the wellspring of ki, by this transferal of ki from the new guardian of the monastery, and everyone is stabilized. In this moment, you hear through the mind chat, still linked by Sal.
Guys, friends,
If you're all right, if you're still there, I don't know what's happening. Something.
Every single one of you who is still tethered in this mind chat, there's like a ripple that washes into your brains, and as it seeps through your heads, it feels like little fragments, little flowers of ice blossom behind your eyes. There's a moment that feels like a sharp migraine before, around all of you, even in whatever states of consciousness you're in, the landscape blurs, and it's like you're being wreathed in a great and powerful arcane storm. All of you are sort of circled around the confines of this. This isn't just a regular storm of magical nature. This is great blacks and blues and purples, cracklings of purple lightning threading through it. This is a bruise on the world, and you are not alone in it. Floating in the middle of this spherical doom is a being outstretched, severed apart, and being held together, pulled together by this arcane energy, wrapped in chains around their torso. And all of you immediately recognize this. Though they are warped, as Sal's still there, amidst all of you, eyes glittering with almost sort of threads of this projection coming from Sal's own head, you see hanging there an echo of the youngest Viraan. They now stand about almost 7 feet tall, as if they've been stretched. Her frame has grown even thinner as her features become even sharper. Much of the scarring from her adventuring time remains, but the most dramatic scars are from the chest-bound sigil of Aeons, stretching up and above her eyes. Her fingers and hands have extended beyond their means, ending in these awful sharp claws. Her feet, again floating in the air, more bestial than not, have split into like a 3-clawed foot with a spike on the back, sitting beneath long digitigrade legs. Though that white hair is now thick and bellows down almost her entire 7-foot height, with those shining blue irises set into pitch black eyes. Long, jagged scars stretching from her corners of her mouth to the beginning of her ears. Her mouth is wide open in a silent scream with liquid black tears dripping along the scars from the chest-bound sigil. She's just writhing there, and you hear echoed through this distortion a word spoken in both a voice you recognize and Sal's own. Please. I'm sorry. Please. Before the storm ripples again, you look at this chain wrapped around her. Tethered in the center, the thing that holds the chain together on this strange alien body is a large ship's anchor in the shape of a brilliant and beautiful chalice. And as the storm pulses again, and how is my favorite divine gourmand today? As a figure from behind this floating Alis steps through, hulking frame but shadowed in the distortion. How goes this? Wait. You aren't alone, are you? Calling out for assistance. I thought you stronger than that. More prideful. Nevertheless, a welcome visitation, if all too early. Perhaps you wish them to save you. Not quite yet. This figure, you can't make out their features, the voice you may know well. They project out towards you. Like what you see, Legionnaires. I think I'll leave you with just a taste, to tantalize you for what's to come. There's this silhouette
crushes their hand, and Aelis's, their body parts, severed body parts, stretched out even further as that silent, like, a scream just shudders through the space. I think that'll be all, don't you? The silhouette flicks their hand out. All of you feel an intense pressure. You are pushed out of the storm and into unconsciousness. The night passes fitfully, potentially dreamless, as you drown in silence. This next morning, no. I think, Synnove, you wake first. As you come to, suddenly, you are in the bedchamber style room, the area to the, if you're looking at it, to the left of the dojo, that large bamboo room with a bunch of bedrolls laid out that has since essentially been converted into a makeshift medic station. You can see all your comrades and cohorts in various beds around, some in better shapes than others, some completely bandaged up. Theagus is almost entirely wrapped in bandages. Maravix is off in the corner, turned over on their side. Sal lying there fitfully tossing and turning in the sleep. But you're awake. You can hear sounds of movement outside this chamber. Just of people moving things, talking. You can see light trickling in through the sliding thin bamboo doorway in the front of the building. But you're awake, alone and quiet, though your compatriots lie around you, JB included. And also, all your things are here. Everybody's things that were either with them during the battle or that were laid here in the day before, including an empty bedroll and traveling supplies left here sometime in the previous afternoon, wrapped in red and gold sashes that you would know well by this point. But before anything else, in this moment, as you wake to this sight and these sounds and this quiet, what does Synnove feel?
Raw. Empty. Like she's been dropped off in the great big ocean of the world with no direction to go, no life preserver, and she'll drown. And angry. I think she keeps replaying the last moments with Valor and Katari over and over and over in her head. And the moment she decided to stay and hold the line. Just echoes in her head.
I imagine, are you even sat up or are you just lying there in the bedroll?
I think she sat up and just staring at her hands. But then I'm gonna stand up. And I'd like to pick up Katari's things and go somewhere. Actually, go back out with them and with Valor's things if there's not.
Yeah. She traveled a lot. Valor traveled quite lightly.
Light, yeah.
Didn't really need
Yeah,
supplies.
she was like what was in her
No.
pockets, and that was essentially it.
I don't even know if she had pockets.
But I'd like to go back out to the crater and the gate.
So you head out there with these things. The monastery is abuzz. You can see actually, sort of between the gap that leads up to the mountain path, Juliet is again organizing a lot of efforts, directing people places. She's got her sleeves rolled up. She looks like she's been digging at some point. There's like dirt on her arms. Arlo is wandering about, mostly sticking by the dojo. He looks a little worse for wear. He's bandaged up, walking around with a cane. The crater in the middle, there have been like little pillars put up around it, not like erected or anything, but people they're giving that a wide berth. They've neatened it up and cleaned it up a bit, but they haven't filled it in. And you've got a lot of folks, monks and villagers alike, standing at the front walls and the gates, just essentially in various degrees of what the fuck do we do with this? Because it's all melted. It's like one piece of metal and iron. But as they see you, as people in general see you, there are a lot of deep bows, kind looks, but nobody is saying anything at the moment.
She wouldn't want them to. She's gonna go so she's equidistant between the crater and the gate and kneel down and then begin to unpack the belongings and tenderly, lovingly look at each one and then lay it out so it's around her.
She has Katari carried an old broken compass with lettering in Ascaran. It doesn't look like it did anything. The base of it is marble. It's way too heavy to carry around feasibly with you, or would be, should be. It's like a decorative compass that she held onto for some reason. She has some very practical supplies, as you would imagine. There's rope, there's some excess leather, there's a whetstone that looks like it was engraved with something once that has since been worn away. Some rations, normal things, a pouch essentially that much of this is carried in, made from very, very fine leather. Looks like it was something that she or somebody she knew must have hunted and turned into this hip pouch. And sticking out of it is a folded piece of parchment. And if you take that out, it's scrawled on it is a little shitty, crude drawing of what looks like a sun with horns that you recognize as your own, with the words in Ascaran on it, for when the time is right.
Jesus Christ.
I open the letter.
It reads, Isala, this is the third time I have tried to write this to you. The first was on the raft heading to Destera. Aelis had suggested I try it, that there was something powerful and sweeping in sharing your story together in epistolary format, which was her way of saying that she wanted to read it after you did. I tried, but I did not know yet what to say, and the worms love them, but they ruined my handwriting. I tried again in Hope's Cave. I was angry, and I did not mean half the things I wrote, and then you wrote me something, so I had to fix it. I was trying to finish it today, but then you walked in on me and things changed. So now, I am trying again. And this time I am sitting at the desk in here, watching you still sleep. I thought I woke you when I got up, and while I cannot get the idea of being the first thing you see in the morning outside of my head, I am glad you are comfortable and resting here with me.
You make a very good spoon, both big and little. Not a spoon for soup or eating, but the sleeping kind of spoon. The one and there's a word, crossed out. I am trying to, crossed out. I am not good at this, clearly. But I am hoping that what I say next will make you consider sharing a bed with me again someday. I am trying to understand. I am starting to understand what home means. When I first left, I thought home was blood and gold. Home was the marble paths of a Salatash I was forbidden to see. Home was the safety and certainty of the brands. But now, I see things in shades of sunlight filtered through clear water. Home is where you can just be you, free of the judgment I have clung to like a lifeline. Home is what you cannot bear to let go when all other ropes begin to fray. I know I hold too tightly and my hands are rough, but you have changed the way I want to touch the world. Home is where the bed is to which you ache to return to, not for its simple comfort, but for the person who waits there for you. I fear you have ruined simple sleep for me, Synnove. I will blame you for that happily, if nothing else, at the end of all things. You are stirring now, Isala. You threatened to wake, and so I will end this here. I do not know if it would have satisfied Princess's literary needs, but I hope it makes sense to you when you read this. When I have grown the bravery enough to give this to you, no. You know what? If I have not said this out loud by then, let this be the first time you hear it from me. I love you, Synnove. In your sunrises and your moonfalls, I will love you until you have found a home the way I have found one in you. See you soon. Katari, your lovely death.
She clutches the letter to, she folds it up very, tenderly, and then clutches the letter to her chest. Can we just go back? I want to go back to that fake place. I want it to be a home for you. I want it to be deserving of that. I wanted to earn it. Katari. I cannot. I will find you in this world, or the next, or another one. I will go to the seat of the gods, and I will take their power, and I will bring you to me. I will find you. I promise.
You feel a squeeze on your shoulder. Standing behind you, eyes looking like misty, cool water, is a frazzled, dirtied Juliet.
I'm not really in the mood to talk. I'm not really my best self right now.
She gets down on her knees with you. And gauging your response, doesn't say a word. Just starts to put both of her hands on your shoulders.
The letter.
And then she's just going all with strength that her wiry form does not belie. She is just going to pull you into a very, very tight hug. It does not get easier.
I don't know how I can go on. 2 halves of my heart are here in this courtyard now.
You have a place on this mountain whenever you should choose to return. But the river must keep flowing, even when a boulder is dropped in its path.
I should have let the world burn.
Maybe. But they did not. She just gives you another squeeze. I am here. And so are you. They chose for you to be here. He chose for me to be here. You can be angry at them. You can be angry at them. But you are here. And for them you must stand. She puts one hand briefly on your cheek, then rolls her sleeves up and heads back to organizing.
Synnove will, for the remainder of this day, and however many days there are, she's just going to sit here between the two halves of her heart with their items.
I think, JB, you're probably next to wake in the bedroll room.
Seeing everyone there, everyone who is there, and like doing that head count a couple more times. Taking a moment to like see 30 seconds of breathing from each of his unconscious companions.
You can see Talis looks okay. Maybe like a couple bandages from where they were splotched with the acidic, the bile from the witch breed, but mostly stable. Sal has some like serious wounds on their body, and it looks like it's in the process of an unconscious recovery. Maravix in the corner does not look good. She's clearly alive, but it's clearly missing pieces. And Theagus is almost entirely wrapped in bandages. From these bandages, their left eye and flipper are exposed, and there's a hole cut for their harness, spellbook. Both feet flippers are exposed as well, but their whole right side of their body is tightly bandaged up through, so only a chunk of the beak is exposed.
I go look for Synnove. I see the empty bed.
You head outside.
Sure, I just said he's in the burn unit.
Did you say burn or bird unit?
I thought you said bird unit.
That's
That's why
what I
I laugh
heard.
so much.
Oh no.
That's why I laugh so much.
Bird.
Sorry
unit.
to
That's what.
harsh the
No,
That's
vibe.
what, that's what the ladies call him.
Yeah, you head outside, and you again. There's immediate active work in rebuilding the monastery. I'll say it here above table because I don't think I've said it out loud yet. Particularly now that you with the blessing of Orphanos in you, you have an innate sense just of how the stability of the monastery and the sanctity of the Grey Lake. You just know these things now. It's like a sixth sense, and you can feel that the monastery is damaged, but is essentially as whole as it can be. Because of your efforts last night, because of the way it all went down, you could not ask for a better state of the monastery or the people who live in it. You saved it as much as it was possible for the monastery and the villagers of Grizium to be saved. And as a result, they are up, they are active, the villagers more so than the monks, trying to figure out, they're putting up like bamboo scaffolding and trying to set things right. The only place they're really not touching yet is the crater. And they're going to need some tools that they do not have to unmelt the gate, but they've built some scaffolding over it so people are getting in and out. Noticeably though, no one is moving back down the hill to Grizium. Grizium, even from here, as you look down across the walls of the monastery, is still silent and sort of lined with rivers of black ichor here and there. But you see Synnove, I imagine you're on your knees in the courtyard? Yeah.
Still with it all.
Just in between the crater and the gate. Everybody is giving her a wide berth. If you're going to be out there, you'll hear the wood on stone as Master Arlo walks up to you. He has got his sort of like very light, almost satin, bellowed out trousers on, open sandals, and not wearing a shirt, so his matted fur is just being covered by a set of bandages around his chest after the serious wound he took. You are awake, my child. It is very good to see you this morning. Last night you looked worse for wear.
I'm glad to see you as well.
I'm glad to be here to be seen. Your friend, the noble bird. I have much to thank him for. And we all, it would seem, have much to thank you for. I sense it within you. The pale worm has passed, and passed to you.
He had asked me to free it from the corruption. I'm sorry. Can I speak with you later?
Of course. I'm going nowhere. Thank you, Jean-Baptiste, for everything.
Master.
He just sort of sits down on the front steps of the dojo. His nose twitches in the air, and he meditates.
I'm walking right to Synnove.
Synnove doesn't even acknowledge. She's just kind of voiding.
In a similar way to how his mother did, he joins her on the ground, looks at or as he I guess because you're in the middle of you're not in the crater with the hologram.
Yeah, I'm between the two.
So he definitely looks at sees the hologram on the ground, but then joins you.
Can you roll me a quick perception check, actually? I'm not going to have you roll it because I think you are not here right now.
Nope.
Wait, rolling? We do that? It's a 15.
15. You can see that the little strange irregular holobrand in the stone, where it was just like an empty gouge before, it looks like it has been sort of stitched over underneath the initial carving of it with bamboo roots. It's sort of like there's growth underneath there, underneath the stone.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's just quiet between the pair of you. There's the noise of the monastery around you, but I don't think either of you hear it.
Is Theagus? He's okay?
He looks crispy. But I think he'll pull through. He's a stubborn bird. I don't know much about medicine.
I can't lose anyone else.
I know. You won't.
I said that last time. It's my fault.
That's not true.
It is. I made a choice. I wish I hadn't made that choice. I wish I'd let it go and at least they'd be alive and angry with me. I'd take that over this.
What choice?
Down by the Grey Lake. I kept them all back. They broke through and I took care of them, but Theagus had told me that Katari and Valor were dying. It's my fault. They're gone.
I know it doesn't make a difference to hear it. But even if you had came here, had come up here, if those witch breed had reached the lake, we may not all have been here this morning, including Valor and Katari. That's not for certain, of course, but it's not a failure. There wasn't the right choice. I'm struggling myself with not trying to. If I had known they would all blow up, I wouldn't have killed it.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Why isn't it?
Because you didn't know. I knew they were dying.
And you trusted them to make it. That is a good thing. Regardless of how it turned out.
What do we do now? We're right back where we started.
That line. I'm not going to say this conversation ends, but I want to pan into the bedroll room again. As Theagus, you
draw a short, sharp breath. And it is agonizing. Agonizing.
Like these guttural squawks that only birds can make is just continuous and gets louder each one of just like what sounds like human screaming but isn't a human
As you are like exclaiming in pain from the exposed harness on your chest that's clean of bandages, these pieces of metal sort of emerge and reassemble around you until gold assembles out of your own chest, missing a bunch of the plating in the back of their body, exposed gears and wiring and such.
You yet live, Herald. I am sorry I could not save more. No sudden movements now. We cannot lose you.
I can't see.
I know.
I don't think I saved them. I tried.
You did as befits your station, Herald. There are those who yet live and breathe because of your actions. If today were a dawn of a different light, I would scold you within all of my power for your dangerous arcane attempts. I say again, your responsibilities lie outside your own feathers, Theagus. You are a leader now. And what leaders do,
as Gold shows you his exposed hindquarters now.
Oh my.
It does kind of look like a thong from this.
One must be willing to give all one has for the sake of progress.
What?
Pieces of me now keep you stable, but they will need further work to restore your function bodily.
Why have you done this?
I cannot impress it to you enough, Theagus. You are not bearing the weight of only yourself any longer. You carry with you a legacy that spans generations, as all of you sigil bearers will. We lost one today. It is my duty to ensure we do not lose another.
Where's everyone? Where's Katari?
And Gold just like plonks into your lap and starts. He's heavy metallic object, but he starts pulsating with warmth as well.
I think the memory of the last conversation with Katari and the memory of what she did, and then the moment of time stop and seeing Valor on the ground, it kind of like clicks into place into his brain.
If you need to stand, I can assist you.
Oh no. Where is Synnove?
I believe she went outside.
If my memory serves me correct, the pain that she is feeling is nothing that I could ever dream any being feel. Oh, I am so sorry. I feel as if I have lost. And every moment I've tried to fix by by changing just a moment before it is useless.
Your memory is not useless, Herald. You are knowledge. Hold your knowledge of them well. Let none who come after you forget them.
Oh.
Would you like some fresh air, Theagus?
Yes, please.
Staff in one hand, the one you can use. I will help you hold the other.
Where are my goggles?
He goes under the bed and using like his little eye ray essentially levitates them upwards. They are all but snapped in half, dangling together.
They may function, but they will need some work, as will you.
I with my good arm, I point to one of them, and I go,
Give yourself time to heal, and then we will work. But that is a damn good idea, Herald.
I'd like to go see Synnove and
So
JB.
Gold again sort of mage hands the staff into your good hand. And as you use it to get yourself up, both your feet are fine, but again, the right half of your body is screwed up. So as you're holding the staff, Gold presses his weight into your right side to essentially...
I am sorry, but I do not want you to fall. It hurts to stand in times of darkness. Hold fast. We are here.
Thank you.
So as Gold presses himself against you so you can walk with your other side. The pair of you still in the courtyard see a bandaged bird exiting the bedroll chamber.
As he saddles up next to you, Synnove, just looks forward. I'm so sorry. It was my job to take care of them. That is why I put myself there. And I am so sorry. And I know that that is useless words to your feelings, Synnove. But it is all I can give you now. If I could, I would change time to bring them both back. But only my powers can do so much.
Synnove just takes Theagus's flipper in her hand. Doesn't say anything.
You are the two most brave beings I have ever met. And what you've done for me, I will never forget. And you two should never forget who you are and who you saved. And I know that you are down. And I know that you are sad. But that's not what they would want. Not Katari. Not Valor.
Is there a way we can bring them back?
He almost faints. Just sits, saddles down, and
Make sure you stay up.
Not ready.
now?
I don't know.
Valor's gone. She's never coming back.
She is here. Gold peers up towards the now daylight sky. Hard to see in sunlight. But here. You are the ones who were dealt a bad hand. You are the ones left to pick up pieces. This is the burden of sigil bearing. You will persist. You must persist. The question is where? Are we staying here?
I think for a bit.
If this was because of Alis,
I don't.
no, hear me out, Theagus. If whatever Harim is doing to her is causing this, Atari and Valor would want us to stop it.
You all saw that, yes?
I did.
He looks to both of you.
I was thinking the same thing. We need to take the rest. As much that is necessary. Because we are help to no one if we are not at our full strength.
Sorry.
I put this here.
Those are my birds.
Those are my birds.
Shush.
There is a part of me that believes seeking the beacons swiftly is the best course of action. But the beacons do not run the risk of being attacked again. Not in the way these people do. It goes against my code of both sorts. But I will defer my decision-making properties as leader to you. Nor do we have to make it in this moment.
I think we should take the day. We need it. And then we will get to work. I know we said it last time. And I will say that although I cannot promise we won't lose again, I'll promise you both everything that I am. I will do everything I can to not let it happen again.
I know what my answer is, but we can still take the day.
I think it's wise.
Yesterday was a long one, even under the best of circumstances.
We need to make sure Sal's okay. Talis.
Where are they?
They're in the... where you were.
They're still asleep. Everyone is.
This is not the time. But we may need Talis.
I am loath to let that compass out of my sight.
And he has a sigil. Right? Does he have a sigil? Am I tweaking? Yeah.
Talis doesn't have a sigil.
No, he can hear. Never mind.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
he's
okay.
leaving
a sigil.
No.
I mean, like.
Rewind.
Yeah.
Forget I said that.
Like, kinda has it.
Okay, sort of.
Something's up with it.
I did not think we would see their ilk again. It is most pleasing to be returned in such a way.
Do you know them?
I know the them that walks with them.
Called.
One of the heralds?
If I keep speaking, I will lose my title as leader amongst you, and I will not let that go. I would like to remain in charge for as long as I can.
Why would you lose your title?
Because the boss is here.
What the fuck does that mean?
Don't let it get to their heads yet.
I think he's just tweaking.
I think so too. Yes.
It's good to know that we can trust them. Talis, I mean.
Of course. As much as anyone can be trusted.
Go take the day. See your mom.
I intend to scan the spire of the blade. If the world wound is in there, I do not want it to surprise us again. I'd like to make sure its energy is not fluctuating as it has been.
What do you suggest?
For you, take some R&R. You have earned it. Honor what you need to honor. Seek me if you need me. I will attempt to gauge how much time we have before they return. If they tend to return at all.
Is it possible for us to move it?
I do not know. That would be a question for those who reside here. Those who have taken care of it for longer. I am just a boy.
At the words of those who reside here, Theagus goes, Is your master all right?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
You will
save my people.
This is the lowest valley we have come to as a team. But valleys only exist between the peaks of great hills. We may have another mountain to climb, but there is a peak to ascend to. Do not lose track of our goals, nor how far you have walked to achieve them. I will see you soon. I will be in the garden if you need me.
Flies back past the dojo.
Whatever happens for the day, Synnove stays exactly where she is. She does not eat, does not drink, sits there.
She's periodically brought
Crackers.
water and snacks and tea.
It
That
all goes unconsumed.
is there regardless.
At some point during this, and we'll get to this in a moment, but Maravix emerges from the tent. She looks harrowed, hollowed out, really. And on her left side, she is very, very clearly missing an arm and a sizable chunk of her torso.
Damn.
Oof. However, I'm going to call our break here.
Ooh.
Let's take a pause, let's get some water, refresh, have a bite to eat. That goes to all of you at home as well. And then we will come back with how you spend the day. Sound like a plan?
Hey, we love you.
We love you so much. Thank you for trusting us. Thank you for sitting with us through these tough lows. Ultimately, we are telling a story that will hopefully aim towards triumph and good feelings. So,
Darkest before the dawn, baby.
Yep.
yeah.
See you shortly.
Hey everybody, welcome back.
Hi.
Hi.
So,
Hey, what's up?
come here often?
Every now and then.
Do you
More
come
often this
here?
week than
Have
not.
you come here before?
My friends,
Yeah.
let's dive right back in.
Oh.
As birds begin to chirp across these southern stretches of the Dragonspine Mountains, the Grey Lake glitters under the morning sky. The three of you are in the courtyard. The monastery is in shambles, but not in a way that is disheartening people. The people you have saved give you a wide berth because the people who live in Grizium are mostly solitary as it is. I understand the need for personal distance, and the people who work and live in Orphanos are insightful and know when distance is required for someone to settle. And they are allowing you to settle, but if you meet any of their gazes, they give you a warm nod. Some even again continue to bow, because every single person here, without exception, is acutely aware that you are the reasons that they are still here. There is no pomp and circumstance being made of it, no statues being erected, but particularly in the way that the crater is being honored where Valor fell, and the way that they're clearly they're like doing some chalk drawings by the front, by the melted front wall, and erecting bamboo in certain places for scaffolding. It's clear they're trying to transform or work to make the melted stone iron gates or stone iron wall into new gates. But the fact that it was melted in place by a grand fireball will not be removed, but rather highlighted for anybody else who continues to walk through this monastery. That the legacy of last night's siege will be part of the story of Orphanos for as long as it stands here on the mountainside. So, with that, I know it's a charged scenario, but you have the day. I know you're going to be sat there, Synnove, but that doesn't necessarily preclude other things happening. If you have any thoughts, do let me know. But in general, what do each of you want to ensure happens before you find rest this evening?
Theagus would definitely like to go have a conversation with Arlo.
Okay.
But would probably sit a bit longer and make sure the two of them are okay and not leave until
There's like a group
decision.
almost.
Yeah.
JB?
JB's going to spend a good amount of time just sitting with Synnove. Trying to in the weird way of just like trying to will someone to be better silently. He's just kind of like trying to use his key and the flow of key around them as a calming presence, so that even through moments of like intense emotion, when that ebbs, it doesn't go to like just despair or emptiness. There is like a foundation.
Sure. Grounding yourself in a way.
of stillness, but not. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And then other than that, he will check in, go do his rounds, probably help as many people as he can, do whatever they're doing.
Yeah, I think when you start to do that, when you get up from the courtyard and start checking on people around you, there's a lot of immediate, if you accept it from these people, they'll reach out to clasp your hands in theirs, maybe some of them even kissing your hands. Whether it has been spread by Arlo or not, from the monks particularly, there is an awareness of the stature you now hold here. Where you move, the shade of the mountain seems to follow. Something I forgot to mention earlier, Synnove, as you were unpacking Valor and Katari's things, I forget which one of them had it, but it was one of them. Slid out from essentially an envelope of vellum in one of the packs is that book you all stole from the archives.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Synnove would have made sure that it was not visible.
Mm-hmm. I meant to say it earlier, but like,
fuck.
Wrapped in, or bound in skin and shadow.
So bad.
These weathered pages, moving themselves.
No.
I forget. No. Aylis took the codex page.
Yes.
The Dreamer's codex page is not in there.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
We didn't feed it to the Zillion.
She didn't feed it to the Zillion,
Okay.
but she had it in case she was going to, and then
Yes.
things fell apart faster than that. Same thing with the Beacon of Knowledge. There was an initial thought that it was going to go to the Zillion, and it didn't end up there. But you now have this book. I think before they awoke, you probably immediately after reading the letter, steeled by the callousness of loss, just tucked it away into one of the folds of your tunic. And you can feel it as it is pressed against you. You can feel it hum, and not exactly vibrate, but it's like you were. You know how if you hold like a small animal like Ava or a baby to you, that their skin is thin enough that you can kind of feel their, not exactly just their heartbeat, but like the life thrumming through them.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing here. Like the book, you can feel it living on you. That it has a rhythm of its own. It pulses and shudders of its own accord.
Synnove finds comfort in that as she's sitting there.
You think, can you roll me a charisma check? Not a save, but just a check.
Just a check.
No.
Good at it.
Natural 20.
Woo!
The dice don't lie.
Do you want the total or are you good?
Nope.
The dice don't lie, folks.
It,
Really, what you
like a
needed was
cycle,
one. Psych.
as you sort of breathe in, feeling it sort of shudder on you, it syncs up to your own heartbeat. And just in those moments where you're sitting here and you need a cool breeze, it sends a chill through you. When you need to feel warm, there is a wave of comforting warmth that emerges from it. And sitting there tucked even on the inside of your clothing, it feels like it is filling a spot on your hip that has been left empty for a little too long.
Yeah.
Until any other action is taken, that's all I'll give you. But
Okay.
if you ever choose to take action on this, today, tomorrow, whenever, remind me of this nat 20.
Okay. Okay.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
I'm in danger.
So,
So do you have it on your hip?
It's like
On the
you're like
inside of
holding
my
it,
clothing.
or you have it like
It's like, because she has
Yeah.
pants on underneath the like tunic thing, so it's just like underneath with the tunic
it's
over it.
definitely wedged away. I'm gonna say that for
Yeah,
sure. It's
yeah,
not something we would
yeah.
have seen.
nah. Ooh, the boot. Do we even? Sorry, above table. Does anyone even know about that book beyond the three of them?
Everybody knew.
Oh, we knew
about that book.
You got the book from the library.
Yeah.
100%. But did we
Where
know
else did
that?
you get a book?
Who do we know that kept it?
Valor
Valor.
held on to it.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no way.
But there's
I'd
no
be
way.
thinking about
Insane.
Yeah.
I think it's what
Yeah.
about that. So.
It's
Synnove
gone.
has
Essentially.
never forgotten
Yeah, I was
about
gonna
that
say
book.
Synnove definitely. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so
It's
I'm gonna
not
then
God.
go to
It's just an oogie
Theagus
boogie.
first.
Species.
When JB takes a breath and gets up and starts at least nominally doing the work of the Guardian of Orphanos, you stand up and seek out Arlo.
Right. I'll stand up, and I'll start to walk, and I'll turn, and I'll look to Synnove. I know this. You've probably heard this a lot already from everyone, but this is not your fault. And the more that you put yourself in that mindset, the greater it will take to heal. And whatever I can do to help you, I will.
Thank you, Theagus.
I will let you be, I can tell. I am but a burnt bird.
Come back in a little bit or tomorrow and I'll help you. I just can't right now.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
You say it's not too far, because again, he is just sitting there cross-legged, walking stick across his knees, this fox sitting there on the steps of the dojo. Everybody who is heading in and out of the dojo to get supplies or whatnot is making their way around him. But he's just sat there. Nose again sort of twitching with every fresh breeze that comes by. Gold is with you.
Yeah.
Oh no, Gold is in the garden. But as you start to move, I think Gold immediately rushes back to you.
Oh, I'm all right.
That may be so, but I cannot let you stumble on my watch. What kind of a leader would I be then?
All right.
We gotta learn to accept help.
Oof. Ain't that the truth?
So he's just going to be sidle up on your right side there. So as you approach Arlo, I have been waiting for you, little bird.
I'm Theagus Sot.
Theagus. Would you like a cup of tea, perhaps?
I would love one.
One moment. And he jumps up to the top of the roof again, which has a Qatari-shaped hole in it.
Jesus.
And
Thanks, Will.
it just does. I haven't fixed it yet.
But like a Looney Tune.
Like Kool-Aid
No,
Man.
like the
That's awful. You can see your horns.
no. It's clearly you can see like the places where large legs like indented into the roof. It clearly a person, like somebody big could lie in this sort of nebulous hole.
No, it's not funny. I'm sorry.
But he sort of stumbles when he lands, a little less graceful than he should be, heads behind the curtain of his chambers, and shortly comes back down with a small tray, again with those just 2 stone cups of steaming green tea. I fear I owe you a debt I can never repay.
Oh, I just came to see if you were all right. That is very kind of you. My goal was to save everyone, and that goal has failed. So, I appreciate the sentiment, and I am glad that you are alive.
He clinks his cup against yours. One can never be the totality of one's thoughtful action. You do what you can when you can. And today, as he leans in, what you did, the things you did do, saved so many. He sort of gestures to his own wounds. I myself owe my life exclusively to you. And I find myself at an impasse. I am not used to when you reach my age, the certainty of death is almost one hair's breadth away from a comfort. But in times like these, times of strife and uncertainty, being able to know that I have been afforded one more day to guide those I care the most about, to ensure that the generation who precedes me will have stronger foundations to walk upon than the uncertain boards I had to walk. That is a gift, Theagus.
gift you have given me freely and at great cost. And that is not something you should lightly forget. However dark your oncoming horizons may be, you shone a light here on this mountain. We will rebuild stronger than ever because of what you all have done.
Oh, yes. That is kind.
Do you know what we intend to do? That crater in the courtyard.
I don't care to ever look in that crater again, but I hope you do something good with it.
2 of the stalwarts have made their way down to the Grey Lake and are attempting to extract a pail full of its liquid to return here to the courtyard and pour into that crater so that a piece of us and the true life force that runs through these waters, that runs through this mountain, may forever honor the sacrifice made there.
That's... wow. I don't know what to say. I guess I am. Where in relative is he to where I just was with them?
That's why he was just the crater in the courtyard. It's at most.
Oh, okay.
40 feet
And
away.
Synnove is
Sitting
like on
right
the-
there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I am. I know you have just met me, and you know your Jean-Baptiste quite well, but the beings that were lost from our group will hang heavy upon us all, but mostly and especially upon her. And I have not always been truthful to them, and that is my burden to bear. But I do care about them deeply, and I'm worried about her.
Of course. May I offer unsolicited advice, Theagus?
I moseyed over here mainly for that, and to see how you were.
To mask your truths is to hide yourself from yourself, let alone those who walk around you. And you and I share the burden of not presenting in the same ways that these people do. We walk with bestial shapes, and that removes us one step further from the world around us, and connects it all the more. But it is our duty, our right and responsibility to ensure they know our hearts and souls as well as they can, if they cannot understand our forms. You worry for her, then ensure that she has nothing to worry about in you. Besides, you are not unscathed either, my friend. Do not act the stoic, not here and not now. There will be days to come, I am sure, where your resolve will be tested, and you must stand like the stone amidst the waves. But today, let the waves crash around you. Let the current of your feeling and your pain take you where it must. Do not resist it, for it will come back to drown you later if you do. Float until you can swim again.
You speak with such eloquency. I don't. I appreciate your words.
I appreciate your company and your action. Were you not of a different discipline, I would offer you a place here amongst the ranks should you wish to train.
No. I allow myself to live in books and time.
Of course. Well, you and all of your ilk have a place here. If you need somewhere to rest once this is all over. I'm going to make more tea, I think. I would like to speak with all of you before you rest for the evening, many hours from now. I must confer with the stalwarts about what's next for the Spire and for Grizium, but I would like for all our cards to be on the table before you leave these walls. Thank you, Theagus Sot.
Thank you.
And with another gentle, he jumps up to the roof and heads into his chambers.
Gold, I think we might start some research.
No rest for the wicked, hmm?
No rest for Harold.
Precisely.
I think it, if possible, let's look into what it would be to fix my eye.
Perhaps you best lie down for that.
I think so too.
You head into the bed chambers, I imagine.
You want to?
You can get my true sight.
As you are sitting there,
Can I get an eye of true sight? Oh.
no, absolutely
He
not.
says no.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely. Fair.
It'll be
No, I know.
good enough.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
Identify.
As you are kneeling there, Synnove, Maravix limps over to you, bandaged enough, very thickly over her right side, but with blood still seeping through the wound, this dark blood. She sits down, just sits by the crater, runs her hand along the hollow brand.
I know these words will be useless. But for what it's worth, I am sorry. I tried, I really. You had the wrong Viraan here for this.
No. Don't say that about yourself, please.
Self-flagellation's a genetic trait, it turns out.
I think she was really... She missed you. She loved you, loves you. I think the burdens of your childhood have torn you all apart. You shouldn't let it keep you apart. There's still a chance. If you don't take it for yourself, take it for me. Take it for Alis. Take it for Garavellir.
You speak as if you wouldn't take that chance yourself. Or won't be there to take that chance yourself.
My chances for my sister are out. But in terms of Alice, she made me a promise. And of all the people I love who have made me promises in the past, I want at least one of them to keep theirs.
Say what I could about my sister, but she rarely says what she doesn't mean.
I don't know how she was when she was up here. But when she was with us, I mean, at first she was an awful pill. But I could tell, I could see the hurting center. Just like Atari. Just like you. And after a while, she started taking down those walls so that we could all see it.
Great.
What? You wish it was you?
No. I tried so hard to get through to her. Years. Before and after. Hard enough that it made me have to leave. And then Garavellir left and she was just left in that tree with them.
Mm-hmm.
And it is beautiful and terrible that she should have met people whence she left, in the heart of her own darkness, but found finally those she could take those walls down in front of. But it kills me to know that it took so long for her to find people she deemed worthy enough to stand bare in front of.
Maravix, I don't think it has anything to do with worth. I think it has everything to do with safety.
You might be right, you know. And if she felt safe with you, then you have given me a gift long before I ever knew you. I am sorry for so many reasons, but I am sorry that this is how I had to meet the people my sister loved, and how she ended up treating them. As you're seated here, from behind, past the dojo, these two people clad in, yes, the white and silver sort of toga-like or flared robe base, but these red sashes with black trim. The stalwarts, armored gauntlets as well. Two of them arrive carrying on a wooden pole a beautiful silver pail with glittering water. And everybody parts around them as they bring it over to the crater. By the gods. I've never done that before, you know. Disturbed the waters.
My sister has a knack for being the first in a lot of things.
The two of them carry this pail over, and they each get down on one knee, and one of them turns to you.
If you would like, we intend to honor the actions of your sister, making a small lake, a pond of silver here. Would you like to be the one?
Yeah. Synnove gets up and walks over, takes it.
The courtyard stills.
She looks down at the brand on the ground, and then up at the sky. Till we meet again. And then she just pours it.
As this water moves again so perfectly, you can barely see the shifting of the liquid as it just drops from this pail and circles around, beautifully and perfectly filling this crater, almost like a sheen of glass covering it there. Some of the other monks hammer those little stone, almost bollards around it in the middle of the courtyard. And as the water settles, the sheen reflects off of the little, now knotted wooden holobrand in the basin of it, sort of glittering there, like motes of starlight in the water. And it does, here in the daylight sky, look almost like a basin of liquid mercury until you stand directly over it and look down into it, in which case you can see it's a beautiful crystalline pond, like the water from a fjord or something. There is a collective breath, an intake and an exhale through all the monks and stalwarts here in the courtyard, before the two who brought the pail bow towards you and head back to the garden.
Synnove stands there for a little longer, and then goes and sits back down where she was before. But this time she's like fully sitting, and she just kind of wraps her arms around her legs in kind of a fetal position and will just sit.
Can I ask something of you? We haven't really, and this is not how I would have liked to have asked this, but we've barely had a moment to speak that wasn't of crisis. What was it like? Your journey here so far? With Alice, with Valor, and what was her name? Her first name?
Katari.
No. Your sister's first name.
Lenore.
Lenore. I want to hear it all. Anything you will spare. Yes. You now know the life I have lived here. You have given your lives to defend something I have dedicated myself toward. And if you are willing to give it, I would now know all that you have been through that led to them being willing to give themselves for this. I want to know who they were, so I may honor them appropriately with each step and breath I take from this moment forward.
Synnove brings out her hands for Nevrikos to put her hands in hers.
With the one she's got.
She covers it. And then it's like a motion to like sit down with her.
She sits. I'm going to change the music actually, hang on.
And then Synnove will tell her the whole story. The whole story, from start to finish.
What are Synnove's focus points? What are the moments that Synnove lingers on the most? Whether she knows it or not.
She lingers on the beach. on the raft. On Alis trying so hard to be good. On Lenore and Valor's laughter. And how the sun would hit Katari. She lingers on not the heroics of it all, but just that it was people trying to do their best. And she says all the faults that they all had and may still have. But she also shows how courageous they all were. And strong. And kind. And funny. And every single one of them beautiful. Every detail. Synnove does not hide anything from Nevrikos, because this gesture is not one she had ever expected from her.
When your eyes refocus on Nevrikos, as opposed to lingering in the haze of a memory, two things are clear. First of all, any detail over the course of the last few months that had been lost by magical means or otherwise about the journey you took is restored not just for you, but for anyone who took part in that journey.
Wow.
Secondly, she has been silently sitting there, and her face is just wet under her eyes.
And now we're here.
And now we are here. She shifts so she can press her wounded shoulder, her wounded shoulder against you. And she's gonna just briefly dip her fingertips in the new pond, the silver pond here. Thank you. She looks towards the melted gates. Thank you. And thank you for everything. Everything that's yet to come.
Thank me when I get your sister back.
We. If you think I'm staying here now, after what you've given, absolutely not. Sacrifice begets truth and loyalty, and you have earned both from me. Wherever you step forward from these gates, Viraan will not be far behind.
Synnove lets go of Nevrikos' hand, and then cups her hands like this. And you see a little ball of that watery sunlight start to grow, and it flickers like it's struggling to exist. But it does grow eventually. And then Synnove makes eye contact with Nevrikos. My job is to heal the hurt. May I?
Let me try something that might help. She stays focused on that bead of sunlight. She focuses her one remaining hand simple demi-plane of shade. And seated under her, roots begin to spiral out until they sort of weave through the stones of the monastery floor, of the courtyard floor, until the pair of you are sat in almost what looks like a carpet of tree roots and vines. She keeps her eyes closed. You have given so much, but I will not do you the dishonor of turning down one last gift you intend to give. If you would like to help, allow me to be the first Viraan to accept it.
Synnove lets the light go and it flies up and splits. Like when it's either rainy or like your vision is blurry and you see multiple little yellow lights, and it floats over to Merivix's shoulder and just seeps into her wound.
It's light, again, that watery golden light sort of just causes that dried, darkened blood to fleck away until this whole upper shoulder begins to glow and just pulse, like a light was flickering underneath the surface of a body of water. And the roots that you both are sitting on begin to re-spiral underneath where Maribix is sitting, blending with that gilded light before you can see things under the bandages ripple. And gradually drifting off in that sort of bald sunlight. The bandages wend away, and from about where her lower right ribs are, up around the upper part of her torso and shoulder, where clearly there was just mangled flesh before, now knitted together by your magic, are roots and vines. And where the shoulder would branch out into an arm, there are the first inklings of entwining roots, a couple leaves, and a bud. What have you done? It's like you've remade me. The Alis I knew would be furious at this.
Why, 'cause she didn't do it herself?
To see a piece of elven perfection remade. The girl I knew would have scoffed and raised an eyebrow.
The girl I know, if she saw you, would be happy for any piece of you.
And now, there is more of me to give. Yet again, I find myself incapable of thanking you enough. Perhaps I will be able to in time.
Yeah.
I will not disturb your peace any longer, Synnove. I hope, for the sake of us all, for their sake, as her eyes dart from the gate to the pool again, I hope I will see you this evening, so we may discuss where is the next best place to let our feet fall. But I have no intention of rushing you to that discussion. If you need me, call.
Thank you, Merivix.
Thank you, Synnove. She rises, looks around, looks up the mountain with that now beautifully, like, tabletop point. A new day. A new day. Right. Who has seen my stalwarts? She moves back towards the dojo.
I am Groot.
I am Groot. JB, talk to me.
Where are you headed?
I definitely at first he's a little aimless. He's really just trying to help where he can. I know he probably watches the exchange between Synnove and Nevrikos because he's like periodically is constantly like looking at Synnove.
Yeah, just checking in.
Just checking in, getting a little temp check.
Vibe's still bad? Okay.
Not good. All right.
Sour in here.
But no one's crashing it. Nothing is about to blow up.
Oh.
There is grief,
Yeah.
but it is not ragged.
Yeah. He probably.
That was what she said to me, not you, bud.
So yeah, he definitely watches that exchange, and might.
What are you looking for? Still Team
It's right
6?
there.
Just coughed.
Might be there to say something to Nevrikos, or just like nod if she's busy.
I was about to say, as she's saying, like, where are my stalwarts? And if you're watching that, she'll catch your eye, and as she's heading back into the garden, just give you one of the. She stops in the middle of the pathway, sort of ringed by the bamboo shoots on either side. There's ponds along the way, just in the middle of the sort of winding paving towards the spire, looking up at it. She then just turns over her shoulder towards you. I wasn't sure we'd see you again, you know. Not here, at least. And then you show up yesterday, of all days. Makes one wonder.
In the past months, we've been exposed to a lot of shit. And I don't think I believe in fate, but I know I believe in currents. I can feel even now the way the winds move. And whether by luck or inevitably, I came home.
You can take the cloud from the water, but you can't remove the water from the cloud.
I mean, you can though, because that's what rain is.
But it is a cycle, yeah. These things do return.
Oh yeah,
The springs that they come from. And
Sure.
I am no poet,
That's okay.
but there is something to be said for the fact that not only did you return to protect your home, but the people you brought with you jumped without thinking into defending it with you. The Aluvain who left these walls I did not know that they were capable of the things you have done. And now look at you. Guardian of the monastery. Bearer of the blessing of Orphanos.
I just wish it didn't cost so much.
Nothing worth gaining comes without a price. If I've learned anything from my younger sister, that would be the fact. But the costs are steep and steeper still these days.
I know you had your own reasons. But thank you for staying here, protecting my home, protecting my family.
I hate to break it to you, but by no will of my own, Juliet is as much family to me here as I was likely to have back in the Heartwilds. She is not one to let go of the things she cares about.
I know.
And I am lucky to count myself in that group now.
Then I will express the gratitude that you happened to be here. It's good when those things intersect.
I couldn't leave this place. Look at it. Look at the people who live here. Grizium is a disaster, but it always has been a disaster. There are few places worth living in that aren't. But this place, Orphanos, this is... Anyone will be hard-pressed to leave. I'm not looking forward to it myself.
Where are you going?
That depends. Where are you going?
We'll figure it out.
She puts a hand on your shoulder, looks back towards the garden. Of that, I have no doubt, Jean-Baptiste. No doubt at all.
I think he kind of goes to, like, side hug, feels the roots,
Yeah.
and is just like, I forgot about that.
Oh, this is new.
I saw, it was beautiful magic.
She seems to be quite good at that. They come, I think, from my demi-plane, but I think we can make something quite lovely out of this. We work with what we've got, right? I can trust you to be a level head today, yes? As much as you can be.
I feel nothing but level right now.
I suppose that's something. I don't think I've said this. I'm sorry about Theragar. It shouldn't have come to that.
I just wish I knew. I wish I knew what would happen when it was over. I didn't know that success would be so destructive.
But isn't it? I wish for a world where doing the right thing didn't mean causing wrong. I wish for a world where people could breathe next to one another without worrying about what air was stolen from them. That wasn't so concerned on seeing a sunrise just for themselves. There was a cost today. But look at what it bought you. It bought all of you. One day your mother will be able to go and live in her house again. To steep in the onsen like a teabag until she gets pruny. You will afford people the chance to live how they would choose to again. What else is it all for? I know what I'm choosing, Jean-Baptiste. I hope you figure that out too.
And she's gonna walk into the spire of the blade.
Cool, bro.
Cool, bro. Nice jeans.
Good talk, good talk, good talk.
Chill.
Cool.
Okay.
Synnove would, she'll go to the meeting,
I was
but then
gonna
she'll
ask.
come back
Yeah.
here afterward.
Hold vigil.
Yeah, she'll want to do one more thing.
Sit and chill.
What did you say? Hold the jar?
Hold vigil.
Yep.
Makes a lot more sense.
The jar.
Which is funny enough.
Hold the jar!
The name of this music track that I've been playing.
Hold the jar.
Okay.
Hold the jar.
That's the
So,
name of the episode.
Hold the jar.
Synnove, you spend the bulk of the daylight hours sitting vigil here. I think after the casting of that magic and having it work like that, the creation of the Silver Pond, the gradual sort of like melting of stone and adding of hinges to this iron stone amalgamation, the honoring that is happening around you, it becomes easier to feel like what they are doing around you here in this courtyard is in part tethered to the vigil you are holding. That you are part of this act of honor and grief, or at least the axis around which it spins. Theagus, you are in bed rest for most of the day with Gold appearing and making scans over you, fully like using their optical beam to sever the goggles and now taking scans of your eye. At one point he unbandages you, and what we are left with here is the fact that Theagus's entire, which is it?
It's the right side.
The right side.
His right side. It'd be his left side, wouldn't it?
It would be his left side. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I got that wrong. It's Maravix's
No.
right side.
Well, if he's
I think it's.
Anything could happen in that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think it's going to be your left side and Maravix's right side.
Cool.
And whereas Maravix lost a chunk of torso, it's wherever you were holding that staff. The backlash from the slipstream lyrium and spellcast that you did has essentially melted the left half of your upper body with magical, essentially, reflection. The staff has a gnarled twist in the middle of it where the magic around your own flipper bent it and again melted it like it was held under a large magnifying glass. The left side of your beak is weathered and ridged and melted inwards. Your eye is gone to charred feathers, like all conjoined in a melted network of skin and feather and that exterior layer of blubber almost. And that kind of melting extends all the way down to about where your hip would be, where you are a humanoid person. That flipper is not has curled inwards due to magical heat and is not, it's barely movable. And your spellbook harness is melted into you permanently.
Mamma mia. Yikes.
The straps on the left half are gone, but the metal of it is now fused with you.
It's like Iron Man.
Never again
Iron
will someone be able to take it from you.
Iron Penguin.
Well, not with that, unfortunately,
Killing you.
unfortunate exterior circumstances.
It's a good old kill. Theagus Stark.
But Gold starts to map out a grid around your left, the melted portion of your left face, as to where to begin a surgical operation using the orrery lasers to attempt to implant a half of your goggles into you. But he does not begin this today. Or at least not begin this before your long rest begins.
Sure.
Could make like a glass eye out of the.
That's sort of
That's kind of the idea.
thought.
Yeah.
Nice. Fuck yeah.
Lila Bard, but a penguin.
And then,
Yar.
JB,
Oh yeah.
I think you continue after this chat with Mavericks, right? You continue wandering around the monastery, it's checking in on people. You there is nothing left of Vedros to bury. He melted on the mountain.
Oh, Jesus crap in a bucket.
He melted? I thought he made it out alive.
I thought he made it out alive.
No. We were lost in the source, but the infection ticked over.
My plan was, if it had continued that night, JB would have just carried whatever was left down. But
yeah, the second he
fainted.
he passed out and bled into black goo that trickled across the mountain stones.
Good God.
Casualty of the witch breed.
All right.
I think for a long time your mother comes to find you, and it will not leave your side.
Yeah.
Wander, if you'll allow her, she'll wander around with you holding your hand, introducing you to folks that you may not have met.
I think mostly I would be like, what can I do to help? Show me what we need.
There's a lot of harvesting bamboo from the garden to build scaffolding and intermediary walls that are going to be filled in with stones later. But you show face here as the new guardian of the monastery until dusk begins to fall. And the sun dips below the cloud layer to sort of, again, shade everything here in the Dragonspine Mountains with a layer of bruised purples and oranges and reds. Very similar in shade to the last moments of light in the previous evening. But this time there is no great tension, there is no voice calling from the top of the mountain. There is just more work to be done and more people who are pleasantly exhausted at having something to do to distract themselves from the people that they lost. Because many monks had to be buried today, interned on the shores of the Grey Lake. I don't imagine any of the three of you would go to those. Maybe you would have been there.
I would go.
But nobody's dragging you. Some people even hold vigil with you today. Not even, not coming up to you and giving you a pat on the back, but just sitting down with you. Particularly offering their prayers to the little silver pond as well. But it's around now, in these dusk, pre-twilight hours, that wherever you are, I think he'll find you first and get you set up in his chambers, but Arlo will come around just... Let me get my stick again.
I'll also try to through the mind chat, ping everybody.
Albert, if you are up to it, I have fresh tea brewed in my chambers, and would love to discuss with you what we know, and hear from you what your intentions are. Or I can bring the tea down here and we can hold it in the courtyard.
Theagus comes out and hears and...
It's up to you.
Yeah, it's up to you, Synnove.
I would really like to stay here with them. We can have it here.
Do you want to stand up and maybe stretch your legs a little bit? You can walk around in a circle.
It might be good to move them. Don't I know?
We could also take a walk down to the lake.
I can't go there.
We're going to stay here. It's good to keep moving.
Yeah.
JB puts his hands out to help you out.
So I'll stand up and take a turn about the room.
A little lap.
Look at this.
He's going to nod up to his chambers, and Maravix will briefly dart in and come back out under her arm like a little, almost wicker, not wicker, but little chunks of bamboo stitched together with rope. It's like a rolling blanket, almost, or rolling it's like a
woven.
yeah, like a little sort of bamboo mat, along with a bundle full of candles. She hops down and lays out the mat, which Arlo kneels by as Maravix sets out the candles. And channeling some ki quickly just lights them around the pond.
Cool.
Couple lining the sides of the doors.
It's metal as hell.
And then she just sits with Arlo there. Arlo's pouring out another few mugs of the steaming green tea.
to everyone.
JB will sit next to Synnove. Won't like bother her or anything, but just like sat there.
Synnove will take the tea, but she will not drink it.
Warmth is good.
If you are ready, if there is, I do not believe there will be a better time to discuss this information. But I would like to discuss with you the state of what my stalwarts believe about what we house here, what is kept in the spire. When we read someone else's key, when we decipher the energies harbored within another living person, we can not read their minds as some of the telepaths of this world can, but we can gauge intent and feeling through channels and pathways of energy. And that blade, the one known to us as World Wound, it is crying out, howling in the dark, waiting for an answer to echo back to it. It may be sealed, but its intents are not locked into the spire. And for as long as it remains there, however long it may take, more will come to claim it. I do not believe it is wise for it to stay here, but nor can I unseal it without a vessel for it. I believe that would spell devastation for any who tried to take it.
A vessel?
Would it be like the Zilarian with Alis?
I do not know of this person nor these methods.
Look to Mirabix then.
Perfect. I cannot believe I'm going to say what I am about to suggest. Seeing how much the Zilarian changed my sister. And in truth, I cannot suggest that somebody else bear that burden amongst you. It could kill you just by trying. If what you have said is true, Synnove, if my younger sister lives,
She does.
She does.
We saw her.
what do you mean?
I'm not sure how real it was, but
But the being known as Harim has a hold over her in a way that I don't think any of us have seen before.
When did you see this?
I think right when we all passed out. At least that's what happened with me. I don't want to speak for the others.
oh man.
Then I am certain of it. If we can, we need to bring her here.
Here.
I will not subject someone new to such horror. What was broken in threes was never meant to be separate. I fear our family has strayed in that for years and years and years. If the blade cannot stay in the spire and cannot travel alone, then it is best buried in Alis.
Is that something that she would be able to even take?
I don't know.
What do you mean by buried?
I mean,
Metaphorically.
metaphorically.
She'd still be alive?
I will do anything I can to ensure that whatever piece Alis takes, it takes nothing from her. But I won't let these people stand in danger due to the actions of my family when we can prevent it again. The Viraans are born to bear burdens bigger than themselves. And that is horrendous. An awful thing to have done. But we cannot undo the past. We can merely heal the wounds we have made.
Is there not like a way to put it in a box? Just hold it?
It is currently sealed away. And while we could attempt to let it stay sealed and take it with you wherever you're going, the darkness that would invite upon you, I would not bequeath that on anyone willingly. It is why we have an order of people specifically trained to house and seal the world wound.
If we're going where I think we're going, I don't think we want to have two pieces fall into Harim's hands.
I'm gonna fucking kill that guy.
First he has to suffer.
I do not know of whom you speak, but I would fear greatly to be in the shoes of anyone to stand before the ire of such a group as yourselves. If there is an enemy you need felling, then like a tree they will fall. Of that I have no doubt. I just hope you have the strength of spirit to not let vengeance swallow you whole. Wrath is a tool used deftly by artists and with wanton sickness by lesser folk. It is an easy way out. An open door that closes shut behind you. Keep the door open.
We think she's in the distortion, right?
The distortion.
I don't think we really actually know.
That magic looked like
Yeah.
distortion.
Right.
I've never seen that kind of magic anywhere else except for with Valor, Lenore.
So then that makes sense. Gold, are you able to track us?
In what manner?
In just kind of pinging our sigils? Would you be able to find her?
I could try. But if we are looking to search within the waves of the distortion to the northeast, then it will disrupt any arcane measures I attempt to use. Readings may not be accurate.
But if they come up like that and they're all weird and funky, maybe that's our answer.
Let me assist.
He floats up and projecting a little holographic map of the northeast of Regolus, the Dragonspine Mountains, and the distortion beyond. He segments in the air a little bit, and arcane lightning crackles between his pieces before he sends out three these pulses of that arcane lattice work that sort of start very bright near him but dissipate and fade and fade and fade as it pulses beyond
how far you can see. And as the 3 pulses wash out, the map pulses again 3 times. And each time the pulse washes over the mountains towards that swirling distortion, when it hits the edges of the great arcane storm, the pulse ripples.
But there's nowhere else on the map
That does that?
that shows any sort of ping.
No.
That's my thought.
I mean, under Grizium, there are all sorts of tiny little pings of light. Like a myriad.
Like which breed? Aelis's.
Oh.
Aelis, the babies.
So we just killed hundreds of them.
I don't think Harim, as strong as he may be, could stay in the distortion for very long. So he must be on the edge somewhere.
If your intent is to find this person, to reclaim the world wound, I hope they are strong of spirit.
They are.
You have bought us a sizable chunk of time. But as I say, this peace, this tranquility will not last forever. As long as something out there is hungry for this blade, this fragment of death, they will return. We will be prepared. But I cannot send any of these people back to live in that town until the deed is done here.
We will make sure this does not happen again. You have my word.
You take on such weight, such a burden, as if it is not resting on everyone's shoulders, all of us. You will do your part of that, I am certain. But if you think we will simply sit here and rest on the laurels that were gifted to us by your comrades, you are certainly mistaken. There will not be a day that goes by here for the rest of time immemorial where action is not taken, where seeds are not planted in the flowerbed gardened by sacrifice. You will do your part, and we will do ours again and again and again.
Is there any worth trying to find where the lighthouse is up here? Maybe get the beacon? We have gotten stronger since the last time we saw him,
I will say,
but I don't know.
I think this beacon has given me more powers than I have ever imagined, let alone thought that anyone of my like could ever have. And the two of you are already stronger than I was. I think a beacon would make you gods. That's a good thing. I think you should do it. That wasn't a don't. I think it would help us if our goal is to...
Plus, who knows, maybe Harim's at the beacon already. Or at the lighthouse, rather. I don't know. I don't... We need to be certain.
Of what?
Yes, of what?
Victory.
Well, I don't think that will ever be certain.
Victory.
We need to be more sure. We can't lose again.
What do you need of me? What can I provide for you to either clarify your journeys or bolster you well? You can-
Sorry.
All I would offer, you are most welcome to stay here as long as you need to calcify your decision making. set resolve to stone. You have a place here.
Thank you.
There's a selfish part of me that wants to run across the mountains and wrench whatever remains of my sister from the grasp of this terror you reference. But if it is more important to venture to collect a beacon, then I will follow you there also.
What?
You are not going to be rid of me so easily.
It wasn't a question of that. Your family likes us.
Well, we are not particularly comfortable with having unpaid debts.
That is in your blood, all three of you.
Certainly.
What do you want to do, Synnove?
Aylis made me a promise. And I intend for her to keep that promise. I'm loath to go any other route for fear that what happened here may happen again before we return. I don't know. And then you say that this beacon could give us powers like a god.
Exaggerate.
Perhaps that could defeat Harim.
Oh.
So I don't know.
If either one of you, and he looks to both you two, got a beacon, I don't know. It would be. I think something would unlock in the two of you that I don't think is even imaginable. I have access with this to any spell you could ever think of.
As much as I agree with Nevrikos that it feels like we should just run and jump right in, I'm worried that it won't work. That if we try now, I mean, maybe like we don't even fucking know what the distortion does. We might not even be able to get past that, let alone.
I can
Harim.
assist with some of that. Frequently when mages of the world come to make pilgrimages to worship at the altar that is the great arcane storm, they pass through here, through this town. And frequently on their way back, they return here by way of stocking up in Grizium. It is easy to see something like a gouge in the world. A great bruise, it is what it appears as on every map you've ever seen. But I do think perhaps the distortion is a bead of magic distilled, the purity of the great arcane that has been unleashed onto the world, like opening a floodgate. I do not believe it is a force of great harm or a force of great good. I believe it simply is a force, a substance that allows almost all things possible here on the Prime. It has driven mages to madness. It has swallowed a corner of the world. But those who see its deepest recesses and come out yet sane enough to tell the tale, well, there's no other word for them but enlightened.
Perhaps there's power there for us.
Maybe. maybe.
We know why the distortion is there.
You do.
We do.
We unfortunately do, yes.
Is it true then?
He nods towards, his ears flicker, and he nods towards the spire of the blade.
It's all true.
God.
Literally.
We hear stories so often, told to put stock in pieces and lay other parts by the wayside, that myth becomes something closer to a bedtime story, no matter how interwoven it is with the dealings of my own life. You don't want to believe all the stories are true, or that if one is, so many others might be. Though I am redoubled in my resolve. The time for Orphanos to hold watch over the world wound is ended. It is time for wounds to be healed, for what is separate to be made whole.
I worry what I would like to do is either go get the beacon, get Alis, or go get Alis, then get the beacon.
Well,
but we made a promise to the goddamn coalition to be back in 4 weeks.
Shit, we did.
The distortion is... what would you say? Salvador would be better acclimated to discussing the nature of travel in these parts, but to get to Scholar's Rest, Scholar's Repose by the distortion on the banks for 2 weeks, hard hiking.
We would.
Is there a way to get back faster?
I have ways.
With gold.
I have now abilities to bring us to places quite quickly. One being Destera, which wouldn't help us, but one could be.
Here?
Well, no, I would have to know of a place that we were going to that would have a teleportation circle that I could connect to.
You can't draw one yourself? I don't know how this works.
No, it is something I must learn.
I'll say above table, because we talked about this
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
When you learn the spell teleportation circle, you immediately learn 2 sigils. And the sigils, teleportation
right, you told me.
circles
Never mind, sorry.
that Theagus knows is A, the Chamber of Light in Destera, and B, you do not know why you know this or how you know this,
Right.
but you have a teleportation circle to the Altar of Progress in Calanthus.
Icky.
Don't know why I have that.
That's bad vibes.
That's not good.
It's not good information.
I can learn above table again. I can go places and learn their circle, and once I learn it, I go there whenever I want.
I'm making a circle here.
Would take a year of consistent casting the teleportation circle.
It's not. It's not a thing I can just make. It's a spell that's great, but it's not teleportation. Like it's
Absolutely.
not or walk through trees or whatever that spell is.
There's
Yeah, it's a 5th level spell.
give
so
and take.
It's not. Yeah.
Okay.
There is one other place I could return us to.
Where?
I am still in need of some R&R myself after yesterday's travels. But once I feel sufficiently rejuvenated and energized, it is not only the lighthouses I could return to. There is a place I believe you have traveled before. One where our ilk were frequented many, many cycles ago. I believe you call it the Rusted Tomb.
Where the
You could-
very far.
You could bring us to the Rusted Tomb.
Once I am at peace with myself.
That might be able to help us with getting back for the
Meeting.
political shit.
Yes.
Right?
Where
is that?
That's in.
Kind of
It's
close.
pretty far south from Calanthus.
No.
So just above table,
just so we have our map brains here.
We could go
It's
to...
gonna if you're looking at the distortion specifically, because you don't gold could help again do a nearby scan for where the lighthouse is, because obviously it's in this area somewhere. But the distortion, it's about 2 weeks of hiking to the northeast, and then you could either take them back to the to Distera, which is across the continent,
Right.
or to Calanthus,
Which
or a
is
subsect of Calanthus.
Which is close to where we need
You have to be literally outside the gates of Calanthus to leave in 4
Let's
weeks.
do that.
But we would need to come here first.
No.
We would need to come here first for.
Alis.
Oh,
to
oh,
get
I'm
the
sorry.
Sword.
I'm
we need
sorry.
to return here to get the sword.
And if we go,
Or we need to take
if
the
we
sword
go
with us.
two weeks to this, I'm sorry, to the.
2 weeks there, 2 weeks back. Teleport. We're there last minute.
But then are we not going to the lighthouse?
Because you also know Harim has to be there at Calanthus 4 weeks from now as well.
Right.
Would I be able to get us back to the lake?
I'm gonna say, hold me here, right? Hold me to this, folks.
Hold me here.
Mock me.
Mock me.
Because
Mark me.
I think while you are within the confines of the Dragon Spine Mountains, with an hour of meditation, you can bring people back to Orphanos Monastery. To
Which is where we are right now.
To Table Mountain now.
Sorry. Which is where we are right now.
Yeah.
Yes. Great. Sorry, just for my brain. If we go to the I keep calling it, where is Alis?
The distortion.
If we go to the distortion,
We need a map in this room.
Yeah, we really
so
do.
bad.
If we go to the distortion, we get Alis. That's 2 weeks there.
Mm-hmm.
I could then teleport us to.
Well, the problem is we need to get. If you're going to go get Alis and not get the beacon, you do need to come back to the monastery.
Because
of the world wound. That's why you would go get Alis.
Right. So we'd go to the distortion. We'd get Alis. We'd go to the. You'd bring us back here. We'd go to the lighthouse, and then I'd take us to Calanthus.
Or we go, depending on where the lighthouse is, we go to the lighthouse, get that shit, get the shit that we need. It's probably at least closer to the distortion than here is.
We don't know.
You don't know that.
It might be closer to the distortion, and then we do boom boom.
Then we do distortion, Calanthus.
Let me see.
We could do
regardless.
We could do distortion, Orphanos, Calanthus, and just take a lot of time. We could do distortion, Lighthouse, Orphanos, Calanthus, or we can do Lighthouse, distortion, Orphanos, Calanthus.
It's like we're playing Pandemic.
Right.
Gold is
Yeah,
like
really.
still projecting this map.
Yeah, let's just
You
say
like-
we asked Gold where the lighthouse
Yeah,
is.
where would
It's
the
like, he's just
lighthouse
gonna, like,
be, Gold?
Shift. So again, detach himself from pieces. The pieces of gold sort of floating apart as he reworks them and reassembles them. So now some of it's the front plates that are missing as opposed to the back plates, and the color of the projection shifts from this blue purple to a green and like to a copper and copper patina sort of color. This point of light that gradually, with each pulse, takes shape of the beacon sign of beauty is due northwest of the monastery.
Which is on the way.
No, it's like the opposite.
Completely the opposite.
Northwest?
So like distortion is.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking.
Yeah,
of,
yeah.
Distortion
okay,
is
It's,
like
distortion is
it's
here.
also north, so it's not south. That would be the opposite.
If you are here at the A of red flag,
Yes.
and the
what to
distortion
say.
is over
What
here,
a choice.
the thing that's popping up as the beacon sign of beauty is over here.
Okay,
Okay.
so literally,
All the way over there.
yeah, that we can't.
The distance is such that it is quite literally one or the other.
Oh, then let's do distortion. We can go back to the lighthouses, but if we have an opportunity to go get Alis right now,
We ought to.
we have to.
Okay.
Especially,
Was that you coming back?
That was me back in the character. Here we are. Gotta get in. Well, that is... And that is...
Fuck.
Oh!
Can I get a history check or a nature check from anybody who's looking at the map?
History.
LOL. Nature.
Yo, dude, I fucked up my... So many of my skills last session should have been higher, and like my DC should have been higher. Fucking sucks. Oh, well.
12?
I got a 26 history.
I got an 18.
In which?
History.
12 on nature. You know that the bulk of the Dragonspine Mountains, like the Dragonborn civilization, the Okaraks, that's all on the way to where the Distortion is, and the mountains that are to the north and northwest of this area are really, really harsh, unmitigated, and uncivilized terrain. Save for there's this like sort of dual mountain peaks, and then this sort of big rocky clearing beyond. 18 and 26. With a 26 from somebody not from here, in your studies, as you've been traveling through the Prime and as you were traveling through the forest, you know that is a
herald of knowledge.
There it is. It is it's a historical site, that area. There is still the ruins of a large biomechanical tower that was built like 1,000 years ago, sitting there.
That
lighthouse.
lighthouse.
Or where in the area where the beacon is being. And it's particularly, like again, Herald of Knowledge, it is an area of particular historical contention for the Krill. And you know with an 18, having lived in this area, and up north beyond that, further northeast than that, that is a like historical no-no zone, as it was the last place that the adventuring group called Earth, Wind and Fire were ever seen. God, what up?
Much evolution.
Okay.
Well.
Oh shit! Oh wow.
But it also, with that on the map, it's at least 2 weeks, if not closer to 3, to head up to the to get to the lighthouse.
So there's
from
no
here.
way. Okay.
I mean, you could get there for sure.
But
We'd be late.
we would be late to the meeting. We would have to go to the meeting before we would be able to get in.
Which Synnove would be very much like,
Yeah,
she
I don't-
wants to fucking skip the meeting. Fuck it.
I mean,
You
it's
totally could.
Decima's already. I mean, we don't technically know this because we're also kind of in the living in the blissful ignorance of like, I don't know. Maybe she's
They're just in love.
She's just sightseeing and she'll
Yeah.
be back. Like, fuck off. But if that could already be in the shits,
I don't think we should skip the meeting.
I don't think we should try to. I think we should go. Fuck.
We have to choose one or the other.
We gotta
Oh,
get
sorry.
Alis.
There's gonna be power we can pick up in the distortion.
That is
I'm
dangerous
gonna
power.
Kirby the distortion.
I am the way, the truth, and the light.
Now, I do think it is, yes. By my calculations of looking at this map, Gold, you might say that it is one or the other, with the time period that we have.
That sounds like a skill issue to me.
Well, Gold,
Run faster.
I literally lost my arm and my eye.
You make a good point.
Yes.
You weren't the most fast runner.
No, I was
before
not,
that
but I
either.
can fly. I flew. None of you saw it.
Alright, next time, buddy.
I flew.
Are
Okay.
you sure it wasn't just because you almost died?
The explosion could have launched you into the air.
No, I flew. Otto, I flew.
He did fly.
I flew. Sorry. It's not. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just looking up to see if I
Not-
can spell it.
Not a joyous thing.
We.
Let's play, okay?
I'm just seeing that. I just remember playing a cleric where I could do a spell where we could like, word of recall. That's
We
what I
would
was
return
looking
to the
up.
place that we
Yeah.
previously rested.
Oh.
I don't know if
I
have
could-
access to
oh,
the spell yet.
It's a 6th
What
level?
level spell?
Hello? Why doesn't it say 6th level?
Mm,
Conjuration.
What's
I-
your highest?
Right now, because I'm multi-classed, my highest is 3 or 4. I haven't leveled up to 10 yet. So
I
don't
can,
know.
when I get 6, I could take it.
Okay. But
But when is that? Not right now.
No, it's not right now, but I'm much closer with level 10, so give me a second.
well, we can't rely on it.
No,
Yeah.
we wouldn't be able to rely on it right now.
Plus, it wouldn't really help us in this situation
No.
because I can get us back to Orphanos anyway.
True.
So long as you're in the mountains.
Is there a way to... There's no... So there's... Unless we, like...
We could take the sword with us.
That's not a bad idea.
Would that afford us time to get...
I do
I
get...
think in that situation we would still go to Alos first.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it should be out and about for long.
I do get 6 levels at next spell. Just for...
Level 11?
6 level spells.
Get out of town! Get out of town. I will be on tour before you're
You
on level
killed my
11.
sister and
Absolutely
my...
not. Absolutely not. We're at 10 for the rest of this arc, for sure.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, but for sure.
Given that it's that far out of the way, that changes things.
I do think it is one or the other, unfortunately. And it feels as if, right now, what we might enjoy is getting a friend, be it one that has caused rifts, but haven't we all?
I think that maybe what it changes is that it is more of a rescue mission only, rather than trying to beat Viraan
For now.
for now.
Well, I don't think the state we are. Well, currently, certainly not, but I don't think we are, unfortunately, powerful enough to take on Viraan, even at the world we are, who we are now.
But if we get in and out fast, we might be able to run.
Yeah.
That's true.
I can help with that.
And it is to save your sister.
Do not do this on my account.
It's not, that wasn't what
I know,
meant.
I know. But I will follow you wherever you choose to go. And if these beacons will save more lives, then that's where we will head.
Alis will save more lives.
Yes, will.
Yeah. Prevent more deaths.
I would agree with that sentiment.
Well,
But if we saw one of us getting tortured in the way that Alis is, Alis would want to help one of us.
Mm-hmm. Which
what
is why
version of my sister did you know?
one who felt safe.
And one who loved.
People change when they go through a lot.
She just looks at her own root.
It's like building a house after a storm. You could do your best, brick by brick, wood by wood. You could place the lanterns in just the right way. It's still going to be a different house. And in some ways that is a gift. Whether or not we can see that.
Then shall we go build my sister a new home?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
That's what Katari and Valor would want to. Valor, because she doesn't want any more people to die, and Katari, because... Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a shame I didn't get to know the pair of them.
Really is.
I don't intend to take either of their places.
You couldn't. Sorry.
But I do intend to help you carry their memory, if that is acceptable by you.
I would like that.
Thank you.
When do you intend to depart? When do we intend to depart?
Tomorrow.
Are you okay for traveling?
Oh, fuck.
Let Dr. Gold get to work.
Oh, actually, I would love your help, Gold, but I also wonder if, Master Arlo, would there be anything you could give of service as well? This procedure is...
What are you asking for?
I don't know. Any help you can give Gold. He wants to make me part metal. Which I'm fine with, frankly.
Arlo just like wrinkles his fox's nose at Gold. I'm much better with wood and stone.
Maybe.
But perhaps I can still help with blood flow.
That would be
Make
good.
sure your chakras are all aligned and whatnot.
Chakras?
No, it's just wells of energy and whatnot.
Are there books on those?
Yeah, oh yes.
I should read them.
There are a lot of books.
We certainly have books here. That's we could
We're a bunch of nerds who punch things.
kind of what we do. But if you would like my assistance in stabilizing things, I cannot assist with the grafting of metal to flesh, but I will make sure that you remain you in the end.
That is what I'd like. And I would love your help, Synnove. If you're willing. Anything. I don't necessarily know, but I know that I won't be the same. But that is the cost of what I decided to do.
Well then, if you attempt this procedure tonight, I will find you in the bedchambers, clear some room, and we will set as much of you to rights as we can.
You know, if we travel, I can figure out my body when we...
You could explore it.
I could explore my body while we travel.
No better place for self-exploration than on the road.
It wouldn't be a Bards episode if there wasn't some sort of sexual joke.
Don't jerk and drive, kids.
Yeah, it's really not easy.
Every campaign we have to have one of these.
Arlo gets up and starts rolling up the sleeves of his tunic. Well, I will get things prepared, and I'll see you shortly. Thank you again. I cannot express to you enough the good you have done here. I'm sure you'll get tired of hearing it from me over the years to come, because you will hear from me over the years to come, for as long as I yet draw breath. Ravens carrying messages will arrive wherever you choose to lay your heads, bearing you the goodwill and gifts of the people of Orphanos. The children of Grizium will have you to thank for their continued existence, once the clouds have broken and the sun shines again. He looks up now that it is full night. That new constellation whipped across the sky, glittering perfectly in reflection in the silver pool. You even changed the very heavens themselves. What is there you can't do? See you soon. He does a brief, head, on his knees, head bow onto the shore of the silver pond before getting up. Gold following, giving you an iris closing wink before heading into the chambers.
Synnove will help with the medical procedures, but then she will come back out here.
JB does not help with medical procedures. He thinks they're gross, but gives medical support.
Sees blood fades.
He's like,
He has to be outside the room when his kid is being born, but he can't take it inside those chambers.
He wouldn't do that.
Oh, wow.
Okay. There's a line to be drawn.
There's a line.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Sincerely.
But
everybody has their thing, but
the line is drawn at the penguin being reassembled in real time.
Close your eyes, hold their hand.
Fair.
Fuck off.
Okay, so
how about you and I roll
Oh.
a little
Okay.
medicine check?
Can I roll too? Can I give you either one of you advantage?
Give this.
You're
I give
splayed
you-
out on the table, my guy.
And my love is boundless.
I will, however, try to using my link with the key that is moving through all of the monks here. Like, just try to like channel that, not to like overcharge Master Arlo, but just like make sure that like it comes easy to him,
Sure.
especially in his like injured state.
Okay, I like that. To like bolster him.
Yes.
To make sure that he's not just drawing from the well of his own power, but from all of the power here.
Yes.
I love that. I love that. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Hit it. Hit the medicine check with advantage.
Let's go.
I forgot. I already have advantage with medicine, but
Then we'll both be
Make
doing
it 3
Yeah.
times. Oh, no, okay.
Okay.
I don't like this.
29.
29?
I had a dirty 20,
Jesus.
and I was looking for a 40.
Hell yeah.
And so, that's what, 49?
29 plus
Plus
20.
20.
Yeah.
So,
That is.
what
Not
is
good
more
enough.
important to you,
Flesh of
Theagus?
Oh.
Because tonight, one of these things is getting done, and the other will be a gradual progress on the road.
Okay.
Would you prefer your sight be fixed, or your arm be fixed tonight?
I think sight. Yeah.
Okay.
I can still do shit with my other arm. And I could still cast things with my other arm.
Okay.
But I can't see.
So,
Yeah.
as Arlo essentially is just channeling the like palms of many palms of key. That's what I'm looking for.
Very many keys.
I'm
Palms of many key.
Lots of palms.
just like stabilize, so you can, anybody who's working on Theagus can see the network of almost ley lines of a body, like the native key and chakra that's part of anybody just moving through Theagus to ensure nothing of his own soul self is severed in this activity. Gold is mostly focused on using like a fine laser line to open up a usable chunk of flesh in Theagus's head, severing fully those goggles and like the wires around the edge of this one lens of the goggle being welded to nerve endings in Theagus's head. So that by the end of this procedure, it's one of Theagus's regular eyes, and then one goggle lens essentially, strapped into Theagus's head. So from this point forward, perpetually,
Mad Eye Theagus.
you will have all the abilities of that goggle just at base.
Fuck.
However,
Always.
Synnove, your primary action is ensuring the damage does not spread, and you have the perfect tool to ensure that with. The focus was on Theagus's eye tonight, and so the sizable scalpel glints in the starlight once again and severs the wounded flipper on your still attached to your body.
Wait. I'm gonna take this off. What? You took my flipper. I knew I lost my flipper.
Yeah, but the flipper is gone, and you throughout your travel time, you will work. Whoever is there and wants to will assist in working on building out the fused fragments of your spellbook, of your harness, to reconstruct a flipper for you. But it will take time.
Yeah. But for right now, we gotta go.
So,
You'd be looking like a pirate with one arm and.
any spells you cast from your staff
Little
specifically
Right.
will be made with disadvantage until you have 2 arms to hold it again.
But I could still cast stuff from the
Spellbook is fine
okay.
because it is now part of you.
Right.
But the staff itself and anything that requires handiwork is just going to be harder to do until you have this arm has been rebuilt
Right,
in
that's
totality
fair.
for you.
Was there any? We can also chat about it. Was there anything that was given in the goggles from the Light Hunters?
Oh no, they just took.
Fuck that.
They fixed it, so now you're able. It has detect magic just up.
Right.
You can cast Identify from it without expending a spell slot.
Okay.
And as you get acclimated to it in your head, things may change or improve as we go.
Right.
But for now, those are just base functions that the goggles always had, but now you don't have to worry about losing them again.
Cool.
But now again, you have one flipper just missing. Is it your intention to sleep out here?
No.
Tonight. Okay.
You're going to be out there though.
JB,
I'm not sleeping. I'm
you're
there.
staying. You
Yes.
will be out here the whole night.
wow.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I want to end with this. After it's clear that the procedure for tonight is over, what do you do with Theagus's other flipper?
Let's frame it.
The dried, wrinkled, burned flipper of Theagus, or melted flipper of Theagus.
I mean, if Theagus was conscious, I'd probably ask if I could go cremate it.
Why don't you
Yeah.
just go cremate it?
That would be, but I would want permission, so I'd probably
Okay.
would have asked.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, I
would
think you
have
probably.
gone.
I think it, as this operation began, those things would have been made clear. I don't think like Gold's terrible bedside manner would have essentially gone like, "It's gotta come off." That okay with you, brother?
Brother.
Yes.
This surgery will cost an arm
Synnove,
and a leg.
you could Gold. If my arm is gone, I think maybe I don't know, destroy it,
Okay.
burn it.
Keep it.
Red.
Grow a new.
She would eventually take the flipper. I don't know, to a trash can.
Not a street fire.
Pour one out. Pour one out. Like I thought about going to the garden to do it, but I don't want to like scorch the grass.
No,
I want you to just be like,
Tink.
What happens is just hand it to JB. JB will yeet it, and then you shoot it with like a fireball.
I like the thought that maybe you assemble some stones and a little mini fire
Like
pit
a firework.
to burn it in the courtyard, then take the ashes and sprinkle it amongst the bamboo gardens.
Yeah.
Once this surgery is done, JB, are you just coming to find rest? Like, is there anything you necessarily need?
No.
Yeah. I think, again, after the surgery, Theagus, it's night-night. It's lights out.
Gibble gabble.
For you...
He's definitely like before going to bed, sits with Synnove for a while, and then once his head's kind of like
Once you're nodding off.
yeah, he'll like put his hand on her shoulder, and go lay down.
There are monks holding vigil throughout the night as well, but they're in sort of like semi-restful meditation. Again, sat there on their knees, hands on their knees, heads bowed and eyes closed, just lining the walls of the broken walls of the courtyard. There's been repair work done today, but it's nowhere near finished yet. But they're just lining there, seated, candles burning down to nothing throughout the night, with you at the center here.
Got a couple things I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
As the night passes, Synnove has been staring at these blue-black fingernails that she has with anger and disgust. But when it's dark and there are the fewest amount of people in the courtyard, she'll talk to the fingernails again. We're coming for you. Hold fast. Keep your promise. Keep your sweetness. I need your help.
At the kiss, there is a shudder up your arm, not like liquid or ichor or anything, but as if you had bones made of conductive metal, and a jolt shot through, up right from your fingernails, through and into your sternum. Just almost like an instinctual muscular response to being touched in an intimate manner when you're least expecting it.
Okay. She'll look up at the stars, at the constellation that is now her sister.
one good thing. Nevrikos is a lot nicer than I think we both initially thought. I do think you two would like each other. Older sisters and all that. I love you. And then she'll look to the gates. I'm gonna go get our girl back. She's gonna help me make things right. And if I never see you again, the gods will learn a new kind of fear. And then she's going to pull out the book and open it.
No.
This book, it almost shifts under your touch. As you open it, the pages are inscrutable. It's like there aren't even words on them. It's just like lines of thought made manifest, meant to be indecipherable, squiggling and squirming. And more so, as you're reading it, the cloak, the lace splinter cloak, which is now laced with lines of this otherworldly fabric, begins to sort of nest around you. But there's something that feels inhabited about these pages, like you feel there is consciousness being mirrored back at you.
You seek my secrets.
I seek your knowledge.
They are the same.
Just this presence. It's a voice coming from nowhere, not behind you, not from the book, just that exists.
If you hear this,
Every time.
Blue balled.
If you hear
Every
this,
fucking time.
And you come.
Cut the feet.
and you come out,
if you hear this, then you too have seen the light, the dark light of the moon. Know me, reader, as Relic, God Killer. Wouldst thou like to breach the divine?
It's all I've ever wanted.
Then come. Let us work something new.
And it just like the shadow of the book itself drapes down your arms like liquid gloves.
We have much to discuss.
I look forward to getting to know you.
And I you, reader.
Call me Synnove.
Synnove. Let us walk a path with no masters but your own.
And as you sit there, nobody else can see it, but a shadow, spindly, wraith-like, and bony, ranges itself behind you, trailing off of your own. The dark beckons, Lightbringer. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
That music was boss.
Don't forget about the natural 20 that she got previously.
Yes.
Ding
For my
ding
charisma
ding
check.
ding 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 ding.
Con
Ding,
saving
ding, ding,
throw.
ding, ding.
Come on.
You
Come
got it.
on.
You got it. You got it.
Okay, okay, okay.
Do you have any blessings? We don't have blessings today.
We do
Fuck.
not. We do not.
19.
19.
No, 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 no.
Can you roll me with a nat 20 from before?
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a d4 twice and take the higher number.
Anytime. I'm so afraid of D4s now. Terrified of them.
You
in
never
fact.
know.
4 on the first one.
4.
We roll it. No.
The book's words do not become clear to you tonight. But you, throughout the evening, if you choose to sit there and read it, it keeps you awake. With the image of a cloak spread apart and shorn into 3 pieces, dancing and orbiting around you, feeding bits of moonlight down into you. You do not get a long rest this evening, but thanks to that nat 20, you will, because you are reading this book, it will sustain you and stop you from getting a level of exhaustion.
Ooh.
And tomorrow, you have, what was your highest level spell slot?
3rd.
You will get an additional 2 level 1 spell slots and 1 of 2 and 3.
Sick.
They may only be used to cast spells from the Necromancy School.
Let's fly. That's
Didn't.
Hannah.
Ah!
Hannah. Did you
During
drink
the
my
night.
ginger ale?
During the nighttime,
More time.
the pool, the silver pool, ripples with no outside impetus other than the reflection of that constellation in the pool. And it's as if somebody threw small, perfect, icy pebbles into the place where each of the stars in the Xenophir constellation sit in their reflection. And were it not for your being engrossed in this new inscrutable book, speaking words that people cannot hear to beings that people cannot see, you would perhaps notice these ripples. You would perhaps notice something shifting in the base of the pool. But truthfully, it isn't until tomorrow morning when, in your bleary-eyed tiredness, filled with images gifted to you from a source not your own, that you notice that something has wound its way out of the pool. Fed by the waters from the Grey Lake, this basin has grown some sort of organic structure. And when the pair of you wake in the morning, you wake to a mostly empty bedchamber as the bulk of the monastery have come outside into the courtyard to see this strange, almost, it's like a burgeoning tree trunk growing out of the pond. Save for it's not made of wood exactly, it's made from some of the bamboo shards from around the monastery, it's made from some of the terracotta tiles and some of the stone from the courtyard. It's this amalgamation of different elements that have formed this sort of bulbous looking tree trunk thing there. And Arlo is standing at the front, now next to where you're sitting, as everybody here is gathered. We turn up the bizarre music as well. Did you see this take place? You was at vigil, no?
Yeah, I turned my head for a second and it was here.
What beauty.
I'm gonna place my hand on it and try to connect to the key that in the root, sort of like
Yeah.
it came out of the silver water.
You touch it, and immediately, like, you can feel rivulets of ki moving through it. Like, it's as if you were touching a living body or a tree that grew on the shore of the mountain. Like, it is so clearly infused and drinking from the water of this silver pond. Like, there is that water, the source of all ki itself, is clearly fueling some of this growth here.
What do I see through my?
What do you see?
I'm looking at it.
What are the fucking schools of magic here again?
Bright light. You see bright light.
You have business. You have arts and sciences.
Okay, all right. Get out
You
of
have
here.
humanities.
There are
You have rock.
3 main things wending through here, other than ki itself. There is enchantment being wended through here. There is transmutation happening here, and there is divination, all being spun through this and
That's a
woven
trio.
together with ki.
That's a trio.
Is
Yours-
it something in a tree?
It certainly looks that way.
It's alive in some way.
You are this monastery's guardian. This falls under your purview now.
Should I speak to it?
I don't know. Synnove will just walk down and kind of trace her hands along it, just to check it out.
The book. Where have you hidden it?
Under,
Tuck-
yeah.
Tucked away.
Mhm.
There is a little shudder as you're not unpleasant in any way, but the book responds to you touching this.
I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing.
It has quite a concoction of magic surrounding
Yeah,
it. And ki.
perhaps it's just the magic of Valor and Vikestar and the Grey Lake. It just grew a tree. A weird tree. That makes sense. Vikestar's weird.
It's nice though.
Like Valor.
Like Valor.
Yeah.
What do you wish us to do with this?
Leave it?
Drop it. Leave it.
I'm so sorry.
That was Dan. That was not Theagus. That was Dan. That was Dan.
It's not taking up like we're talking Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs taking a pick up. Yeah, we dig.
One flipper.
One flipper.
So funny.
JB's just like, pretty. Kylo Ren style.
Are you still touching it?
Yeah, I think that like, even just after reading it is still kind of just absently like interacting with it because it's so strange.
As you're just essentially like gently and almost not surreptitiously, but and not subconsciously either, but absent-mindedly sort of gauging it and feeling it.
Idly.
Idly, there we go. You feel like on the other side of the wood, or the wood itself, presses back lightly against your fingertips. Not like there was a hand there, but almost like ki in rhythm was like pressing the piano keys of your fingers.
Ooh.
The key resonating from within the wood, from within the bamboo and the stone.
What happens if I push some of my ki back towards it?
Are you going to?
Fucking do it. Rip it and grip it.
Yes.
As the key
Just fucking
dances against your fingers,
Fucking Iron Man it.
yeah.
you essentially ripple ki back in, and all of you through the strands of bamboo, dancing in the little moat, in the imperfections in the terracotta. The ki from JB just ripples through the wood,
It's cool.
and like two great wooden doors studded with stone, the front of this trunk peels open, and steam cascades
smelling like hot rain in the summer. And a figure steps out. Brushing their hand along the inside wall of this wooden structure, they grasp onto a knot of wood that forms, again, chunks of terracotta and bamboo twirling into it before the end of the staff forms into a symbol you know all too well. The sigil of Aeons tops this gnarled piece of wood as the bottom of the staff hits the stones of the monastery, and all the cracks in the stone briefly glimmer with light. And as this person steps into the sunlight, Rachel, you want to come describe yourself?
Oh my.
It's time.
Oh my god. Look at the
you.
costume change.
I
Look at the
couldn't say
costume
why.
change. Look like a pirate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Describe who steps out of this trunk for us.
After you see the staff come out, the being that you see coming from the tree is softly glowing, like when you squint and you see the edges of a star or the shimmer of the lake on the pond that they're coming from. They have slightly angular features like an elves or an Aasimar, but soft edges, very androgynous features. Their skin is light pale blue, like a noctilucent cloud.
Bless you.
Thank you. With purple undertones. But that light color is contrasted with the dark blue eyes that they have. It's such a deep blue, it's almost black, but it's like the time when night is ending and it's still dark enough to see a little bit of starlight, but you can tell, since it's starting to be blue, that day is coming. They have a zigzag of freckles across their face, starting at their lower left jaw and going across to their right temple. But rather than brown or black, the freckles are glittering silver. They have purple hair, seemingly in a ton of braids, very loose behind them, and it doesn't seem to be tied off in any way, just threads of silver going through, holding them in place. And they're covered in silver jewelry, long chains softly around their neck, and their hands to their wrist. And everything has a soft glow. They're wearing loose-fitted pants that have, the band around the middle, the cuffs at the feet, a loose tunic that's wrapped around, but both the pants and the tunic are these off shades of white, and though this being is just walking out, everything they're wearing just looks like it's covered in dust. Not dirty, but dusty. They are barefoot, but the thing that goes across all of them is a full-body cape with a hood up. The cape is the deepest blue color that matches their eyes, and it is meticulously stitched, so hard to tell from afar, with threads of silver that trace all known and yet unknown stars on the prime. As they come out, they kind of just carefully put their hood back to see everyone.
Excuse me, who are you?
She comes from a tree.
Hi, I'm Ithael Kosama. Who are you?
Well, this is the Orphanos Monastery. I am Arlo, master of the proceedings here.
I am Ithael Kosama of this pond. I don't have a title. But it's really nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Jean-Baptiste. Where are you coming from?
They look at where they just stepped from.
Okay.
Where did you come from?
I-
That was rude. I'm sorry.
Oh, all right. Yes, I'm a talking penguin. Hello.
I can speak with animals.
Can you?
This animal can speak with everyone.
I can speak with everyone.
But that's.
But it's good to know that you can speak with them. Where are you from, and why did you come from a tree? Does she look
familiar.
Familiar at all in any
No.
way? No.
No.
Okay. Okay.
I'm like everyone. I'm made of stardust and earth.
Right. Well, of course.
Where are birds made from?
I think we're hatched. Well, the etymology of birds would be quite of. Did you come with a purpose? What are you doing here? Where were you just?
Nowhere, but a little bit of everywhere. I'm here to see the world up close. You're all standing very close to me, so this is a very good start.
I'm sorry.
I'm simply intrigued.
Hi, I'm Itheo Kosuma.
Cosima. I heard.
Do you know this person, Synnove?
No.
I like your blue hair.
I like your blue eyes.
Thank you. I haven't seen them yet.
Your eyes.
Why don't we get you out of this and we can talk more inside?
Perhaps you would like some tea.
My stomach hurts.
You might be hungry.
You walked out of a tree. I'm sorry.
Well, you know what? You make a good point. We have not had a good meal as a monastery since before the terrors of last night. So why don't we get things prepared in the mess hall?
Okay.
I'm sure you must be hungry.
I'm very hydrated, but I think, hungry.
Well, let's see what we can do about that.
That is good to know.
So as Arlo nods to some monks and they head into the mess hall, and you step fully out of this trunk, this cocoon that you came from, unwinds and gradually melts back down into the pond, which becomes perfectly placidly still again. But this time, as the water is still, the holobrand is gone. And as breakfast is prepared, and we greet a new face at the table, see you on Wednesday, folks.
Holy shit.
Wow, what a...
Holy shit.
Y'all. Hey, y'all, thank you so much for watching with us on a Saturday.
What have you been doing?
Yeah, what have you been doing?
I've just been laying down, watching
Yeah.
the show,
Awesome
crying,
show. Great.
hanging out.
Great.
So not very far off from what we were doing.
Yeah, pretty
Trying
on.
to-
Pretty on
Sounds
brand.
quite cool.
Holy
Hey,
shit.
I like streaming on Saturday afternoons.
Oh,
It's
This is
really
fun.
nice.
Oh yeah, this was lovely.
Fun times.
And
I like knowing that I don't have to wait as long.
Yeah.
Now.
It also, like, I kind of can't believe that was 5.5 hours. Like, that does not feel in any meaningful way that it was 5.5 hours.
No.
It also
I could've
feels
gone
like it
for
was
longer.
a really long. Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
It does feel so long ago that we started this.
Pronouns, Rethael?
They them.
They them, baby.
And I can put.
How-
I'll put spelling on.
How
Discord.
tall are they?
6'2".
Damn it.
Oh, I forgot that in the description. They're
I want
6'2".
someone
They're
of
like
my height at
what
one
happens.
point.
like really stretched out, like an awkward baby giraffe when they're born, and their limbs are really long, but they're brand new, so it's like not graceful.
Somebody in the chat asks age, and I think it's about 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's 10 seconds. Were you not there?
I feel like we were all
What happened?
What age do they
Look like. Yeah.
Would you
If-
say?
Like present.
Present.
Ooh, I mean, like a young elf, so probably like 100 years old.
Like around A-list's
So-
age.
I guess
Younger.
take
Okay.
years out of it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There is
Young adult.
like there is infancy,
Yes, yes, yes.
young adolescence, greater adolescence,
adult person.
college
young
sophomore?
adolescent where you're like in college and you know you're supposed to do your own taxes but you don't know how yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like they'll
That
have
age.
they might have a drink.
But they don't know to drink water before.
Yeah. But they're
Yeah.
very hydrated.
They came out of a pond.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well,
That's a story for another day.
that's a story for
Thank
another
you
day.
for sticking with
Thank
us
you.
through
Yeah.
this.
Thank
Crazy
you.
little weekend session.
Wild times.
What a beautiful Saturday.
And we're back with a 5-person table on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Wow.
Tell us.
Wonderful.
And we're gonna head out to go save Jarn.
Make
Awesome.
a 6-person
Can try.
table.
Austin Butler.
Yeah, well, let's make it a 6-person table again.
Thank you guys for hanging around. We'll see you in just 4 days now?
That's crazy.
Not too shabby.
Not
Not
enough.
too shabby. See you very, very soon.
Holy shit.
Yeah, 4 days.
And I can't wait.
We love
I'm
you.
so excited. What a great
Everybody.
episode.
We'll try to raid somebody maybe, right?
Yeah, we'll put this with it. Let's go to.